guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Following pressure from some Democratic voters, President Biden called for a ceasefire in Gaza while speaking with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says that Israel is making sure aid is entering the region.
Israel made the commitment to open the Ashdod port for the direct delivery of assistance into Gaza, to open a new crossing for a new route for assistance to reach North Gaza, and to significantly increase deliveries from Jordan directly into Gaza.
A social media app is doing what they can to warn people of adult content. USA's John Schaefer has the details.
Meta, Instagram's parent company, is introducing measures to safeguard teens from nude images. A new feature will identify photos containing nudity and automatically blur them when shared with users under 18.
The CDC is investigating fake Botox injections. A CDC spokesman saying the injections were administered in non-medical settings. The source is not yet known. The CDC is working with Tennessee and Illinois health departments where illnesses have been reported several times. President Biden's new student debt relief plan is estimated to cost taxpayers around $84 billion. That amount comes from analysis in a Penn Wharton budget model. The plan could be put in place before the November election. House Speaker Mike Johnson is set to make an appearance alongside Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. The two are set to hold a news conference Friday focused on election integrity. The event comes as Johnson is facing some threats from Republicans to oust him as Speaker if he moves forward with Ukraine funding. Golf's first major is taking place this weekend in Augusta National as the Masters is underway. Round one was delayed due to darkness because it was delayed at the start because of bad weather. This is USA News.
You've been working hard, doing the right thing, and paying your taxes, and putting your hard-earned money in the Medicare piggy bank all your life. And now it's time to break the piggy bank and get something back. Medicare. If you didn't know it, Medicare is health insurance for people over 65, and you paid for it with your tax dollars. Medicare plans now have more benefits than ever. That's good news, especially if you're like me and looking forward to paying as little as possible for good health insurance. Call and find out what Medicare plan is best for you. Save your time. It's valuable. We've already done the research for you. And in one quick phone call, you can learn how to get the best Medicare plan designed exactly for you. Hey, it's one of the most important decisions in your life. Let us help you through it. Here's our number. Call 65 Plus Medicare now. 800-778-8214. 800-778-8214. That's 800-778-8214.
Remembrances are continuing to come in after news that O.J. Simpson has died.
O.J. Simpson, 76, has passed away after battling cancer, despite being acquitted of the notorious murders of his ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend, Ron Goldman, in the 1990s. Simpson faced legal troubles in 2008, resulting in a 33-year prison sentence for robbery and kidnapping, though he was granted parole in 2017. Renowned for his career in the NFL with the Buffalo Bills and San Francisco 49ers, Simpson transitioned into a prominent figure in entertainment, starring in movies, TV shows, and commercials, including his iconic role as Mr. Hertz. His later years were marked by accusations, social media presence, and controversies.
A group of 19 Republican lawmakers sided with Democrats to block an effort to renew FISA Section 702, which gives the federal government warrantless surveillance powers of foreign citizens abroad. Missouri Republican Senator Josh Hawley tells Fox News that there must be changes to the bill.
I think we've got to reform Section 702. I am not in favor of just renewing it without serious reforms. We have seen major abuses. Americans have been spied on. We know that the FBI improperly used the secret database 280,000 times.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looky there. According to the clock before me, it is the midnight hour on the East Coast. That means it's time to kick off a brand new day. And we will do just that. From time zone to time zone. We'll work our way into the 12th day of April. Oh, and by the way, that would be a Friday. All right, TGIF, ready for the weekend. All right, somebody left the barn door open. Who is it? Who's the guilty party? What a difference a day can make. I laid down early in the afternoon. Got a rainy, but we were like 70 degrees. Well, at least for the moment, the rains have ended, but the winds are blowing. and the temperatures are dropping. It could be worse. We're hanging at 49 at this hour outside the secret bunker, but hey, we'll kick off a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Hope you've had a good week. Ready for some golf action. As anticipated, the weather was not cooperating early in the day there in Augusta. But they did indeed get things underway, kind of a late start. Many golfers will be out bright and early about the time the sun comes up this Friday morning to finish up round number 1. And then round number 2 gets underway with much better weather in the forecast. Definitely going to be a cool start. Chilly conditions for those early golfers. Things continue to warm up. Much better weather for Saturday, and especially by Sunday, expected to be back close to 80 degrees there in Augusta. So, meanwhile, the winds are kicking in from much of the eastern half of the country in the wake of that powerful storm that brought the flooding, the tornadoes in the southern states. In some cases, winds may be strong enough to damage trees. We could see sporadic power outages and travel delays. Now, the winds are being generated by the difference in pressure from the intense storm and its low pressure now traveling across the Great Lakes region versus high pressure extending from the central Rockies to the Gulf Coast. The air races to flow from high to low, much like a giant vacuum. Going to be talking frequent gusts, 40 to 50 miles per hour, extending from Maine to as far west as Iowa, as far south as Georgia through the day Friday into Friday night. So winds of this strength can break tree limbs, send loose objects flying. Obviously, airline delays will be in the mix where the winds blow across the runways and the approach routes. In some areas, such as along the western-facing shorelines of the Great Lakes, as well as coastal Maine and the higher terrain in the Appalachians, gusts ranging 50 to 60, which may knock over trees and lead to some high-profile vehicle rollovers in the crosswind situations. As those winds blow across the Great Lakes, blasting onshore in Maine, overspray and flooding along the shoreline, gusty winds across the Chesapeake and Delaware Bays may lead to some flooding along the eastern shore of Maryland and the Bayside area of southern New Jersey. Another factor is these gusty winds are going to make it feel obviously much cooler in the southeast, adding to a pretty considerable wind chill. As the air in the Midwest and Northeast, as we start the weekend, it's going to feel anywhere from 30 to 50 degrees cooler compared to what we were dealing with temperature-wise here midweek. Yes, what a difference a day or two can make. In parts of the Northeast, it may turn cold fast enough to catch up with the backside of this storm. We could see a bit of accumulating snow showers or a bit of mixed wet snow with the rain in the higher elevations in western and northern New York, western Pennsylvania, and parts of West Virginia start later Friday night into Saturday morning. Looks like enough of a breeze should linger at night in the Northeast to prevent a frost or a freeze there. Milder conditions are in store for the Northeast, and the warmer conditions will build into parts of the Southeast and the Midwest for the second half of the weekend. By Sunday, it's going to feel much better. However, a sneaky, fast-moving storm's going to roll from the Great Lakes to the interior Northeast on Sunday, where clouds and showers take up a pretty significant part of the day. The warm-up there will be a bit delayed. So there you go. The same system has the potential to maybe set off some locally severe thunderstorms from parts of eastern Indiana into Ohio, western Pennsylvania, and maybe western New York Sunday afternoon into Sunday evening. So we'll keep an eye on things there. Meanwhile, the risk of severe weather will be ramping up once again early next week. Another large swath in the south central USA, areas that were pummeled earlier this week, which has been the trend It is springtime, the change of the seasons. So still, as I look at the current radar scene, rain continues to fall pretty heavily there in western Pennsylvania. Some heavy rains moving into the Altoona, Pennsylvania area. You've got intermittent heavier showers and lighter rain kind of mixed in. Rains extending southward toward Richmond, Virginia. You've got some lighter showers extending, still hanging on all the way down into western portions of North Carolina. That's on the eastern side of the system. The wraparound effect is continuing to bring rain through much of Michigan tonight. Still some light rain over toward Green Bay there in Wisconsin. But again, much of lower Michigan seeing the showers from Saginaw to Detroit on the eastern side. Some lighter rain still going to be pushing maybe through the Chicago metro area. That backside bringing several fingers, I guess you'd call it, lines of lighter rain. Anywhere from Louisville, Kentucky, you'll be in some lighter rain, all the way up into eastern portions of Iowa tonight. It's a big storm system, and you can see the well-defined circulation when we put the radar in motion there. Out of the box, first on board here. How about that? When's the last time Pappy was first out of the box? Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour, and it is Friday. TGIF. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Steve going to be kicking off the weekend, throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on. Stay bill your lane or you'll get run over by the overnight drive frequency waves. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Those are the digits to hit and be a part of the show. Don't be a scarecrow. Dial Steve up. Waiting on an update from the two-time world champion manure hauler, the Carolina Monkey Gouger. How's the grandson doing there? All right, snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Let's get the party started. Or you can do like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Welcome aboard. All right, the Arizona window truck checks in here, northbound to Mama's house. Hello to Marianne. There's Larry checking in. Good afternoon, as he likes to say at the midnight hour. Hammer down and be safe. Kind of wet and windy in the northeast as we're headed towards Schenectady once again tonight. Brain Dead, kicks off his new week. It's a Monday. Good morning, Steve. Happy Monday to me. 59 degrees at Memphis International Airport. Got a lot going on. We'll check in later in the morning. Hello to Joe Self. Morning, Steve, the overnight drive listeners. So with my schedule change, this is actually my Monday night as well. 64 degrees, some wind and rain here in Winchester, Virginia at the midnight hour. Everybody have a good night. There he is, Captain Ron, checking in on this lovely one day closer to the greatest day of the week. We're at 67 degrees near Gainesville, Florida tonight. Semper Fi. Hello, Jerry Spencer. Good morning. Be safe out there. Shorty, where are we at? I-77 northbound, Bastion, Virginia tonight. 58 degrees. We are Columbus bound. Tracy Marrier, good morning, everybody. We're just kind of chilling at home here tonight. Hello to Dave, checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine, where we actually have power. Well, maybe until tomorrow. High winds and heavy rain once again. What a month it has been here. Oh, well, at least my camp power bill will be the lowest ever because he was out of power for weeks at a time. Let's see, ever 4 days on the grid, just 4 days on the grid this past month. He'd get power. Then he spent like 13 days without power, I think it was. Got power back. The nor'easter came through about a week ago. Now they're looking at those 50-mile-an-hour winds coming in once again here Friday into Saturday. Wow. Hello to Paul. Good evening. Reverend Hendo here, up late keeping watch on a couple of sick ones. Always enjoy this show. Thank you mucho, he says. All right, good to have you on board. There's Norman checking in from North Central Kansas. It's back to work after 2 weeks off duty. Hope you enjoyed some time off there, Norman. The Big Tipper is loaded. We're headed for Wichita. Everybody have a good morning. And there's Darlene. Hello, Darlene. Good morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Lots to cover as we roll into the weekend. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, it's the weather, the rain, the lightning, the storms cleared Augusta from south to north. The 88th Masters is indeed off and running. How are we looking after day number one? With, again, a number of golfers yet to complete round one, but here's what we've got. A lot of names on the top of the list here that I don't really recognize. Bryson DeChambeau got off to a hot start Thursday after the rain-delayed start of the opening round. DeChambeau fired a 7-under 65, grabbing the early lead with Live Golf CEO Greg Norman watching on. He got his round done before the winds really began to pick up at Augusta. Tiger Woods went off in the late wave and opened his day with a birdie. He made it through 13 holes before play was called due to darkness, so he'll have 5 holes left this morning to complete his opening round. Scotty Scheffler finished a shot behind from DeChambeau with his 6-under 66. Nicolai Hojard, who had 2 birdie chip-ins this past day, is alone in third at 5-under. He made it through 15 holes before play was called. So the first round actually is going to resume at 7:50 a.m., 10 till 8 Eastern time this morning. Like I said, about the time the sun comes up, they'll be out there looking to, in many cases, finish round number one. And I guess for those golfers, it'll be a very busy day with a round plus. So we got through the, what we have. Danny Willett is tied with Max Homa at -4. Let me see. Ryan Fox is 3-under. Cameron Davis at -3. Terrell Hatton at -3 through 14 holes. Some names, others, some of the favorites here in the USA. Tiger Woods, he did make it through 13 holes. He is 1-under at this point. Same for Rory McIlroy, 1-under. Patrick Cantley finishes day one, 1-under. Brooks Koepka is even at this point. Phil Mickelson at 1 over after round one. I believe these guys all finished their round. John Rahm, 1 over. Jordan Spieth, 2 over. Ricky Fowler at +4. Not a good day for Ricky for round number one. But indeed, the 88th Masters underway for the golf fans out there. So a lot of folks maybe sitting at the computer this weekend, if you are one of those tax procrastinators, right, trying to get things done for that April 15 deadline. We talked about this a bit last evening on the program when we were talking about filing taxes and the per diem situation that changed a few years ago. Interesting how we got an update this past day as tax day approaches. There is a bill in the House and the Senate. Now, this has been here a while, but many in the trucking community would probably be cheering if they could finally get this across the finish line. It would restore the per diem tax deduction for employee truck drivers. The Tax Fairness for Workers Act would allow an above-the-line tax deduction for union dues and expenses. It would reinstate the miscellaneous itemized tax deduction for such unreimbursed expenses as travel and uniform cost attributable to the performance of services as an employee. Representative Brendan Doyle of Pennsylvania introduced H.R. 4963 last July. You had Robert Casey Jr., the senator, on the Senate side. It's Senate Bill 738 that was actually March of last year. So it's been around for nearly a year now. But both bills, they say, have gained significant support, but yet to cross the finish line. The House bill has 183 co-sponsors, the Senate version with 39. Now, Boyle issued a statement when introducing the bill, said these extraneous costs present a challenge to many hardworking individuals who rely on these deductions to offset expenses and pay their household bills. This legislation will reintroduce those deductions that were taken away several years ago and ease some of the tax burden pressure currently faced by many middle-class families. So although the bill would benefit workers in a number of different industries, it would indeed help employee truck drivers. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 eliminated the employee driver's ability to deduct 80% of what was up to $63 in daily expenses out there on the road, the per diem. The change did not affect the owner-operators or the leased drivers. Now, OOIDA said they indeed support reinstating the per diem deduction for company drivers. The elimination of the per diem for company drivers has unfortunately increased the tax exposure of many hardworking Americans who make their living behind the wheel of a truck. Now, Todd Spencer was in support of the This was a previous version of the bill all the way back in 2019. Shortly after that was initially changed. If you go to the Fighting for Truckers website, there is some additional information about the Tax Fairness for Workers Act. It is supported by the American Federation of Labor and the Congress of Industrial Organizations. According to Elizabeth Schuler, president of the AFL-CIO, the Tax Fairness for Workers Act will directly benefit millions of hardworking Americans. Our tax system should no longer benefit the wealthy at the expense of the middle class. Now, one way or the other, the tax cuts under what was the Trump-era bill expire on December 31st of 2025, and preliminary discussions about tax reform are actually in the works, they tell us right now. So that was indeed one issue that many in the trucking community frowned upon under the former Trump administration, taking away the per diem. All right, hello to Dave, 64 degrees, breezy deep in the Lone Star State tonight or this morning. Everybody be safe out there and God bless. Meanwhile, okay, rolling into a Friday, it's 844-844-3388. We do have our, well, it's Friday, so we will have our hero or heroes of the week to bring you later on this Friday morning. How about an electric vehicle update? Just can't seem to sell those Ford Lightning electric vehicles. Ford has cut the prices of some variants of the F-150 Lightning electric pickup truck by as much as $5,500. According to the announcement this past day, as they continue to try and navigate the competitive electric vehicle market, demand has been volatile, prompting automakers to now begin focusing more on hybrid vehicles as consumers prefer that flexibility offered from the dual powertrains. Ford's XLT variant will cost $2,000 less, while the Lariat variant will now be down 3.14%, carrying still a suggested retail price $76,995. Might as well say $77,000. Now they do say prices for their Pro and Platinum variants will not change. The Lightning's Flash variant will be priced $5,500 lower, but we're still talking $67,995. That announcement, as Ford said, they are shipping out the new F-150 and Ranger pickup trucks to North American dealers and restarting shipments of the F-150 Lightning electric trucks, which they halted delivery back in February, waning demand.
USA News Update. Reactions are still pouring in following the passing of O.J. Simpson. Jeff Michaels, a former Los Angeles TV news reporter who chased Al Cowling's Ford Bronco with Simpson in the back seat during that infamous slow-speed pursuit in 1994. He said the news of Simpson's death is a mixed bag.
As a journalist, someone of mixed emotions, because I really don't want to give the man more celebrity than he already had. It's at the sacrifice of two lives.
Simpson passed away at the age of 76 on Wednesday in Las Vegas. A series of storms swept across the south. Northeast of Houston, the Southern Baptist of Texas Disaster Relief Arm said it sent volunteers to help in flood-stricken areas, particularly in Jasper County. The interpreter who worked with Los Angeles Dodgers standout Shohei Ohtani is facing federal charges for bank fraud, accused of embezzling $16 million from him. U.S. Attorney Martin Estrada revealed the charges on Thursday. John Schaefer, USA News.
Every day, our brave military men and women, along with their families, make tremendous sacrifices for our freedom. Patriotic Hearts, a nonprofit organization, is dedicated to supporting these heroes and their families in their times of need. By donating your unwanted car to Patriotic Hearts, you'll be supporting job transition and job fair programs, veteran entrepreneurship, counseling, and retreats for combat veterans and their spouses. Call 800-804-7211. You'll receive a tax deduction, and we'll arrange a free pickup at your convenience. Imagine the difference you can make in the lives of those who have given so much for our country. Your car donation will directly impact military families, veterans, providing them with the support they desperately need. Call 800-804-7211. You can become a part of something bigger. Join us in our mission to uplift and honor our military community. Call 800-804-7211 to donate your unwanted car to Patriotic Hearts.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed. Those phone lines are open. If you'd like to jump on board. Let me see. I guess you didn't have an opportunity to hang in there. We had Mike, according to the message on the screen. Maybe he'll dial us back up. But I believe it said something akin to he was a Walmart driver and he just wanted to call in and say thank you for representing the trucking industry out there. So if you get a chance to maybe dial us back up there, I think he might have been a first-time caller. Don't want to miss out on your opportunity to get a $60 Hot Shot Secret voucher. Well, speaking of Hot Shot Secret, I believe it was Horse Feathers asked the question, hey, what was, we were supposed to have a new product release this week. I think the way everything came down, it was supposed to be introduced like on the 9th, April the 9th. It was, kind of teased it on Facebook there. And somewhere down the line, I think it was early Tuesday, somewhere midday, that they had a complete internet outage at the Hot Shot Secret headquarters there in Mount Gilead. Something akin to, remember a few months ago when it was a damn squirrel that had chewed through a fiber optics line somewhere several blocks away from the Hot Shot Secret bunker where I was without internet for a couple days. Don't know if it was a squirrel or what the case was, but a fiber optics line had been severed somewhere up there, and they were totally without any internet, that's very difficult to run your business. For pretty much the 9th and the 10th, I think right about the close of business there on Wednesday, internet was finally restored. So ultimately, April 11, this past day, Thursday, Hot Shot Secret, the recognized diesel experts for high-performance oils and additives, has expanded the Black Diamond Outlaw engine oil family to now include a 10W30 viscosity. This is a 100% full PAO synthetic-based engine oil. Contains extreme pressure additives, 3 times the amount of zinc of the traditional CK4 oils, and antimony levels over 400 parts per million for improved film strength and projection. Starting out with a heightened 14 total base number TBN, Black Diamond Outlaw provides unmatched protection against the acidic conditions occurring naturally in the diesel combustion engines. This new viscosity is ideal for turbocharged and race engines where that increased protection is needed. In addition to heavy-duty trucks, agriculture, construction, and industrial equipment, Black Diamond Outlaw is not intended for vehicles with diesel particulate filters, catalytic converters, EGR, or other emissions equipment, as damage to those systems could occur because of their low tolerances to zinc. Hot Shot Secret's Black Diamond Outlaw oil requires a very small amount of viscosity improvers to meet the weight specification, and it is enhanced with Hot Shot Secret's patented FR3 nanotechnology and a CK4 additive package, unsurpassed in providing oxidation stability, film strength, anti-rust protection, and reduced shearing and friction. The result is unsurpassed protection, reduced noise and vibration, extended oil change intervals, and a fuel economy gain of up to 3%. Hot Shot Secret brand manager Josh Steinman says Black Diamond Outlaw is the ultimate engine oil for high-performance diesel engines. A 100% PAO-based oil withstands high loads and pressure without shearing, ensuring prolonged protection and extended drain intervals. Okay, so the non-DPF vehicles allow a much higher level of zinc and TBN in the oil. So we've added 3 times the level of zinc mandated by the API for the CK4 specification, 14 points of TBN, and infused this oil with our FR3 friction reducer to get 3 times the oil protection. In other words, the additive package is stronger than anything on the market. This oil checks all the boxes for high performance, whether you're off-roading, street, strip, or pulling. So this is the high-performance stuff, right? This is going to go over big with the likes of the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, the NTPA pooling series, the off-roaders and things of that nature. So that was the deal. A little bit delayed, but better late than never, right? So a tip of the hat. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. I shared a tidbit from FreightWaves this past day. There's so much speculation how this key bridge collapse is going to impact things coming up. Craig Allen wrote a piece, and in his opinion, the catastrophic collapse was a tremendous loss, obviously, for the city of Baltimore, which is left grieving the tragic loss of life and bracing for potential massive disruption. This is also a global event. Many shippers are now on uncertain ground. Phones are lighting up as they try to navigate the rapidly shifting environment. What we are sharing with them, indications of a national capacity correction are emerging, and the bridge collapse will likely accelerate this trend in the region. Now, with domestic freight volumes dead and rates still falling, most shippers are not seeing a capacity crunch today. But a convergence of forces is primed to disrupt supply chains, drive capacity out of the market, and push up freight rates across the country. Despite recent news events, don't be lulled into complacency amid the current shipper-friendly freight market. A shift is coming, he says, and if you start planning now, you can get ahead of the trends and mitigate the impacts on your business. The perfect storm is already brewing, he says. Domestic and global factors are expected to drive a capacity correction and rebalance freight rates in just 6 months' time. And this bridge collapse will certainly accelerate that timetable in Baltimore and possibly beyond. Pre-COVID volume patterns are returning. FreightWaves reported the clear growth for maritime imports in comparison with the pre-pandemic years. And the early evidence is already materializing on our West Coast ports. According to Allison Dane Camden, the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Multimodal Freight Infrastructure at the Department of Transportation, we're starting to see a little bit of an uptick in containers going to the West Coast based on the data from DOT's Freight Logistics Network Initiative. Now, the Panama Canal and the Suez Canal, climate and geopolitical conditions continue to disrupt global trade routes. Drought in Central America expected to persist at least through this month, resulting in fewer Panama Canal crossings, longer wait times, and higher tolls. Likewise, as we continue to follow the conflict in the Red Sea, creating delays, rising costs on container ship weight for those naval escorts to the Suez Canal or rerouting around the Cape of Good Hope. Next, the summer driving season is just around the corner, and with it, historically, the return of higher fuel prices. The impact is twofold. First, these costs will be passed on to shippers in the spot freight market. Second, carriers locked into unsustainable rock-bottom contract rates and without sufficient cash reserves will be forced out of the market when that cash dries up. That's going to tighten capacity, further driving up costs. Then we've got the threat of labor stoppages on our East Coast and Gulf Coast ports looming. We expect those labor negotiations to dominate the domestic transportation and logistics press this summer into the early fall. If a deal is reached, it's going to go down to the wire. If ports do shut down, things could get ugly for shippers fast. Now, we're already seeing some early congestion issues pop up on the West Coast ports as more volume is being pushed that direction. Recently, we had drivers waiting for 6 hours to pull containers. It's not a problem every time or at every terminal, but we haven't seen it often enough. We have seen it often enough at a few of the larger Los Angeles container terminals to begin raising some eyebrows. Now, he lastly said similar constraints at Baltimore adjacent ports are more likely going to follow this pattern as they bring in more. All right, so we will get to your calls into a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I mentioned taxes a few minutes ago. I see a lot of folks are going to be trying to get it done before the deadline, if they don't opt for the extension, but... There's Norman. He said, I guess Norman did his taxes this past day. I paid my tax today. I hope it's used to help Americans, not wasted on a bunch of BS. All right, good luck with that. Yeah, that's probably going to go. What was the price tag of that student loan forgiveness they announced? I think the numbers came down $84 billion. Yeah, the latest number. You know, if you didn't have any student loans there, Norman, You just maybe helped pay some, so thank you. Bidu checks in. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Have a good weekend, everybody. All right, Michigan Madman, how you been? Hello from the Michigan Madman. He said, I'm doing pretty darn good. Well, all right, thumbs up there. Jacob, hello to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Howdy from Eskimo Mom. Happy hump day, Friday, whatever day it is. Got my usual run tonight. Been dealing with a pretty stiff breeze and some off and on showers. Hanging at 55 degrees around the Louisville area. Rolling along 265. Be safe and enjoy your weekend when you get around to it. All right, Pap says Pittsburgh, the Pittsburgh area, lots of flooded roadways tonight. Check where you're going. Yes, they had some flooding issues with the storms last week and more torrential rains this past day. All right. It's been a while. Always moving. How the heck are you?
I'm fabulous and amazing as always. How have you been?
I can't complain. Doing well. I'm ready.
Good.
I'm ready for spring to stick around. We keep getting a tease and then back to the cold, up and down.
I hear that. Yeah. It has been. It's like, okay, are we gonna go with it? And then we're back. So. Yeah, it's rough. I get it. I'm ready for it to be nice also. I did call for three things. Four things. So the first one is hi to everybody. It's been a long time. I think about everyone all the time. I did get to see the full eclipse in totality, and that was super special. Went up to a friend's house north of Columbus and watched. And thoroughly enjoyed that for kind of like a highlight in my life. And tonight I treated myself. I usually don't go out and do things, treat myself to extra special or whatever, but tonight I thought I would. So I bought a ticket by myself and I went down to University of Cincinnati and I watched the New Heights broadcast live with Jason and Travis Kelce.
Really?
And yeah, they broadcast it live there at it was going to be in Nippert Stadium, and instead they moved it inside to Fifth Third Arena because of the weather. And I had found that podcast a while back and been watching it every week. I'm a major fan. I was thrilled to see they were carrying it past the regular football season because before they had just done it during football season, so it was nice they extended it.
Yeah.
And I'm a major fan of the podcast, and I thought, I'm just going to go. I'm going to treat myself, and I love football anyway. So I went down, and they had come up with this crazy golden baby trophy with a cup. They were advertising that at when they were out in Las Vegas for the Super Bowl when Travis was out there. They held their podcast out there and they talked about it and showed it. And anyway, before the podcast was filmed tonight, they did the first Baby Games. So they had 7 crazy games for UC students, and it was kind of a revenge of the nerds, the smart kids against the jocks.
Okay.
And that was fun, watching all of the different games, and the smart kids won. And they had a variety of games. Kind of one of them was they had a couple of big pools filled with Skyline chili, topped off with cheese, and chili and spaghetti. And a couple of girls got in there, and Jason had taken one of his Super Bowl rings. He keeps them hidden in socks and puts them wherever. And it was that Jason had lost his Super Bowl ring again, and there were several socks down in all of this chili and spaghetti, and they had to find the sock that had a Super Bowl ring in it. And yeah, it 2 girls swimming around in the spaghetti and chili and cheese.
Wow.
And it became quite the slugfest. But the spaghetti was flying, and the one girl did find it. The smart girl found it, so that was neat. And then they did interviews. They do them on their podcast. Sometimes it's just the 2 of them talking. Sometimes they have a guest. And tonight they had their first guest out. I was so happy to see was Desmond Ritter, the former UC Bearcat that quarterback that took the team with Luke Fickell all the way to the playoffs, for the college championship.
Yes, absolutely.
And yes, and he then got signed with Atlanta, and now he's with Arizona. And so he was the first guest out. And the second guest they had was Orlando Brown, who had played with the Ravens, then with the Chiefs, and is now with the Bengals, defending Joe, or something with Joe. And then Joe Burrow came out.
Wow.
And he talked, yeah. And I had a great seat, and it was really well done. They showed a lot of footage of Jason and Travis when they were in college. And then they had a special treat at the very end. I don't know if the boys knew about it or not, but they had pointed out their dad was sitting there in the stands, and a fella who was a legend at UC, he was in the stand. I can't think of his name. And then the crowd kind of had figured out that their mother was up above in one of the private boxes.
Okay.
But at the very end, the president of the school came out and announced that neither boy had attended their graduation ceremony. So they had a special graduation ceremony and had the parents come down, and they got their caps and gowns on, and they presented them with their diplomas.
How about that?
And it was really, really nice. And I got a lot of videos. I took a lot of photos. It was a very enjoyable evening, and sat with some other people. I just was by myself, but people around me were all very lovely, and it was really nice. It was very well done. They said what do you think about us coming back every year to do it? And the proceeds, majority of the proceeds went to the University of Cincinnati to help with the student athletes. So that was really nice. And the students were all wonderful, and I tell you, you never feel as old until you're standing with a group of college girls, and I was like the oldest one anywhere in line. The line went three ways around the building. Anyway, I didn't have a midriff top. I wasn't mussing with my hair. It was just I just stood there in the line and smiled and thought, man, when I was that age, I wore the same thing.
Yeah, wow.
They would die if I wore it now. But it was fun. It was a lot of fun. And my serious thought for the night is, I just want people to think of it. This is my new campaign. There is a finite amount of land around, and when the farmland is gone, that's it. It's gone. And I really believe that the government needs to figure a way to get off their butts and make it profitable for the farmers so that it stays with the family, or someone can afford to buy it and farm the land, continue to do it, because when it's gone, it's gone. It's just gone. And there is no more land. That's it. It'll be gone. And, just driving around in my area, there's 500 acres for sale here. Yesterday I drove in and I saw a new sign, 900 acres for sale there, and it's all farmland that's going to be bought up and developed because they can't afford to do it any other way. And it's just heartbreaking. It's really heartbreaking because it will all be gone. And then what are you going to do? I mean, it's Soylent Green is coming. It's just really sad to see it. And so that's my big thing that I'm on, my big, get on my little soapbox and go. I could go a long time about it. But anyway, I did want to tell you that if I daydream as I'm standing there in line, and I thought, well, if I get pulled up on stage, what will I say to the thing?
Oh, boy.
I'm going to give a shout-out to Steve Summers and the Overnight Drive people.
That would have been cool. That would have been cool.
I did. I swear to God, I did. That's where I thought, he's local Cincinnati. I'm going to give a shout-out to Steve Summers and Overnight Drive and all my friends on there. So, but I didn't get pulled up on stage. I'm so sorry.
Well,
but I was going to mention it.
Hey,
I did want to. Go ahead.
It's the thought that counts, always moving.
Yeah. I did want to do OHIO with Joe and Travis and Jason. But I did not get pulled up on stage, but those were my two goals tonight. But I had a wonderful time anyway.
That's cool. I saw on the local news.
I'm glad everyone's doing well.
They had quite the line. I mean, like quite a crowd waiting in line outside the arena there with their umbrellas. Yeah, waiting to get in to check that out. So that's pretty cool. So. All right, always moving. Great to hear from you. That was, I guess, a little personal treat for her this past evening. Meanwhile, all right, we're about to close out hour number one. We'll get back with more of your calls ahead at 844-844-3388. Lots of other fun stuff to update you on here on a casual Friday, shall we call it? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Remembrances are continuing to come in after news that O.J. Simpson has died.
O.J. Simpson, the former NFL star who was accused of murdering two people, including his ex-wife, has died, according to a post on his social media account. He was 76 years old.
A group of 19 Republican lawmakers sided with Democrats to block an effort to renew FISA Section 702, which gives the federal government warrantless surveillance powers of foreign citizens abroad. Missouri Republican Senator Josh Hawley tells Fox News that there must be changes to the bill.
I think we've got to reform Section 702. I am not in favor of just renewing it without serious reforms. We have seen major abuses. Americans have been spied on. We know that the FBI improperly used the secret database 280,000 times.
Cicada apocalypse is coming. Here's Corey Myers with creepy crawly details.
Billions of cicadas are set to surface in a matter of weeks as two different broods, one that appears every 13 years and another every 17, come out of the ground at the same time, which some are referring to as the cicada apocalypse, hasn't been seen in the U.S. since Thomas Jefferson was president and won't happen again until 2245.
The Japanese prime minister is still in Washington, D.C., and he spent some time speaking in front of Congress following a bilateral meeting with President Biden at the White House earlier this week. The prime minister telling lawmakers that his nation is supporting Ukraine in their defense against Russia's invasion.
Japan will continue to stand with Ukraine.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Republican-led House Judiciary Committee is seeking the audio transcripts of Special Counsel Robert Hur's interviews with President Biden as part of the now closed-door investigation into his retention of classified documents. Ohio Republican Congressman Jim Jordan joins Fox Business to discuss the report and the lack of charges brought against the president.
He knew what the law was, and he kept the information, and he disclosed the information. So if he's met the elements of the crime, and we've established the motive, why wasn't he charged?
MLB superstar Shohei Ohtani's disgraced former interpreter is reportedly negotiating a plea deal. USA's Ryan Daniels with the update.
The New York Times reports, after being accused of gambling illegally with Ohtani's money, Ippei Mizuhara is in talks to plead guilty to federal charges. Prosecutors said they found that Mizuhara stole close to $5 million of Ohtani's money and spent it with an illegal bookmaker. Mizuhara was considered a close confidant and friend of Ohtani, along with being his interpreter before news broke of the gambling investigation.
Sentencing is next after a jury rendered a guilty verdict in the Apple River stabbing death trial in Wisconsin. Nicolay Moo is accused of stabbing 5 people and killing a teenager in July 2022 on the Apple River. Moo claimed the group was confrontational and that he feared for his safety. Golf's first major event of the season, the Masters, is underway in Augusta, Georgia. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road-tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
All right, back at it as we kick off hour number 2. So here we go. Give you kind of an advance warning, as we like to say. Better to have prior knowledge versus getting caught unprepared. Weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions here on a Friday. as I mentioned last hour, it's that time of year. Change of the seasons, the risk of severe weather ramps up across a nearly 1,000-mile-long swath of the central states early next week. This will include the threat of tornadoes, high winds in the wake of the storms, could raise the risk of wildfires in some areas. Now, here's what they say. Temperatures are going to begin to surge to warm levels this weekend over the central states. Soon after the latest Pacific storm plows inland across California, bringing rain and mountain snow this weekend, that system reorganizes east of the Rockies Monday. You'll have the combination of warmth in place and uptick in Gulf of Mexico moisture, plenty of jet stream energy that will trigger thunderstorm development over the Great Plains. The risk of severe weather will focus on areas largely missed by violent thunderstorms and flash flooding from the storms this week, Tuesday through Thursday. Now, it looks like the threat from Monday afternoon to Monday night, extending from near Abilene, Texas, in the west central part of the Lone Star State, over to Sioux City, Iowa. Forecasters are already raising the threat level to moderate from near Wichita Falls, Texas, to Salina, Kansas. Now, this is pretty early to be looking that far ahead. All modes of severe weather are possible Monday, from strong winds to large hail to isolated tornadoes and flash flooding. As that storm system and the trailing cold front begin to push to the east Tuesday, that threat zone moves along as well. The risk for severe weather, including the potential for at least a few tornadoes from southeastern Minnesota to southern Wisconsin, extending southward all the way into central Arkansas. Now, in the coming days, we'll determine which areas will be at the greater risk for tornadoes. Now, the severe weather risk Tuesday extends from Chicago to Madison, Wisconsin, Davenport, Iowa, St. Louis to Memphis, Tennessee, maybe parts of the Little Rock, Arkansas, and Indianapolis metro areas. But they do say in the wake of the severe weather, strong winds on the back side of the storm could reach high velocities from the Rockies to the middle portions of the plains, gust frequenting 40 to 60 miles per hour over the central and southern plains. There's a zone just to the east of the Rockies. 60 to 80 mile per hour winds are likely. Gusts could approach 100 miles per hour. Now, so soil conditions range substantially across the plains and Midwest, from wet to some areas to exceptional drought. And these areas where you've got the brush and the grasslands dry, the risk for wildfire and rapid spread would increase from Sunday to Monday with the winds there. So looking several days ahead, but being forewarned is a good thing, right? It is 844-844-3388. Well, good morning, Eagle. Ready for a Friday and the weekend. What's on tap for you? Any racing online this weekend?
No. Well, they racing in Texas this week, NASCAR. No, I'm not interested in that. They go to Talladega next week. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it to that race or not, but I'm trying to talk to my boss man, see if I can get down to Alabama. I do. Even though I don't like the direction NASCAR is going in, especially since they claim they might bring in Honda. That might be the end. Yeah. Once they bring in Honda, I think I'll be finished with NASCAR after that. But I still like the restrictor plates. The Talladegas and the Daytonas. Those are about the only two races that maybe the road courses is about all I deal with nowadays. Like I said, I don't like the direction that NASCAR is going in. And if they continue going the same way, Steve, they're going to be out of business, because you look at the stands. They try not to show the stands during the race, but a lot of those stands are empty. A lot of people tried to make an excuse for Bristol a couple of weeks ago, that Bristol's a big stadium. And Bristol used to fill up that stadium when Dale Earnhardt was running, not Junior, but his father, when he was running at Bristol. That stadium before, they had people waiting for years to get tickets to that arena. Now, ain't nobody even give a damn about Bristol no more. So in Richmond, the same way. So like I say, NASCAR, they did it to themselves, Steve, with all these different rules and stipulations and stuff. It's basically nothing but a glorified. I forgot what they used to call that series, IROC series that they used to run back in the 90s and 2000s. Everybody running the same damn car. If you know, you can't tell the difference between a Toyota and a Chevrolet. All they got is a different emblem on the hood of it, and you barely can tell which car is a damn Toyota. So, like I said, they did it to themselves, and they, like I said, they when they said stock car, it used to be, Steve, when Earnhardt was running, they actually had the cars, the Monte Carlos, the Luminas, the Pontiacs. They actually were cars that you'll hear, people's driving here. You could actually drive the same car that you've seen your hero driving. Your people that used to be in Richard Petty. Now these cars that you can't buy, these cars they running now, they don't sell cars like that on the showroom no more. These Mustangs, so-called Camaros, it looks nothing like a showroom car. So they did it to themselves, and they'll be out of business, just like the NFL. Just like the NFL will be out of business. See, I want to say one quick note about this guy right quick before I get on to O.J. Simpson and Tiger Woods. Now, this guy, Steve, down in Texas where I used to live, this guy here has got to be one of the dumbest individuals, and I see that he's turned himself in. This guy here was racing a car down through the streets of Dallas, Texas. It caused a 6-car accident, driving a rental car. Car wasn't even his. And then he had the nerve, Steve. He had the nerve after that caused this collision to get out of his car and not even stay for the scene. Just act like nothing never happened, jump in another car and ride off into the sunset.
Yep.
And they had to put a warrant out for his arrest. But this comes after, Steve. This comes after just about a year or two ago. You had a guy in Las Vegas, a player with the Las Vegas Raiders, killed a woman driving over 100 miles an hour down the strip in Las Vegas, Nevada, and killed somebody. He's sitting in jail right now as we speak. That guy, Henry Ruggs, I think that's what his name. I don't know how many years he got, but he's sitting in the jailhouse right now. Now, you would have thought that somebody would have learned a lesson from that guy, to make that same stupid kind of mistake. Only good difference about this guy is he didn't kill nobody, but they put a warrant out for his arrest, and now he's in the jailhouse. I see he turned himself in earlier tonight. So no telling how much time he's going to get in jail, and he deserves every bit of time he gets because, like I say, I used to live in Dallas, and there's no reason to – if you want to race a car, you get on a racetrack, a drag strip, you don't race through the streets of Dallas. They got enough traffic in Dallas without somebody running 100 miles an hour down the damn interstate. So I have no sympathy for an individual. Plus, he had drugs and marijuana in his car. So they throw the book at him, he get everything that he deserves as far as I'm concerned. There's no excuse for it. Now, let's talk about Tiger Woods. Last night, Steve, I said I thought Tiger Woods, he might be washed up, and he still might be washed up, but he playing some good golf. I watched a little bit of a tournament today. He didn't get to finish the whole round. He only got to the 13th hole before it got too dark outside, but he's in 17th place right now. So he's playing some good golf. We'll see how it turns out tomorrow. He got to play a lot of holes tomorrow, 18 plus the ones he didn't finish. So we'll see if his back and his legs can withstand this type of pressure, his body.
Yeah.
So he's going through a lot. He's already got bad legs, back, and everything else. So, but he's putting on a good show right now. Hopefully he can make the cut. He said that he claims that he thinks he can win another Masters, but we'll see. Like I said, Tiger Woods, he proved me wrong before, when he came back a couple of years ago and won a tournament, a major. So Tiger Woods, he's not the best golfer in the history of the world for nothing. So if he pulls off another win, I'll be the first one to congratulate him because he definitely come back from some serious hardship, car accidents, and everything else. So congratulations to Tiger Woods. Even if he gets a top 10, top 20 finishes, that's still good considering where he's come from.
Yep.
Now, I want to talk about O.J. Simpson, Steve, because I'm very disappointed in some of the comments that I'm hearing on the TV and radio from some people. Okay, O.J. Simpson, when I was growing up as a kid, Steve, O.J. Simpson was an idol of mine. He did his thing before I, back in the 60s. I wasn't even born when O.J. Simpson was, winning the Heisman Trophy and, playing for the Buffalo Bills, running for 2,000 yards. I was just a kid, 3, 4, 5 years old when when he was doing his deal. So, I really don't, I just seen the highlights, of O.J. Simpson. But I remember when I first got involved in football, everybody wanted to be number 32 because I played running back. Everybody wanted to have the number 32 because that was O.J. Simpson's number and Jim Brown's number when I played Little League football. Okay, O.J. Simpson went on to be, one of the into the Hall of Fame. He went on to do, some serious things in professional football for the Buffalo Bills. Okay, now we know about the incident that took place years later, back in the 90s, where his wife and her lover were killed. Okay, now here's the problem I have with what these people are saying, Steve. Because see, here's the way I look at it. O.J. Simpson went before a court in the state of California. He went before a court, judges, everybody else. These people all came to the same conclusion that O.J. Simpson was not guilty of killing his wife. But yet when I turn my television on and when I turn on my radio, you still got people saying that this murderer has died today. This guy who killed his wife and her lover and got away with it is now dead, and they hope that he burns in hell. That's what some of these people are saying about O.J., that they hope he goes straight to hell. And this is coming from a person that's a transsexual, Steve, and that's Bruce Jenner, better known as Caitlyn Jenner. When they asked her what she felt about O.J., she said, "Good riddance." And this is an individual that can't even figure out if they're a man or a woman. So, and she has some nerve. And plus, Caitlyn Jenner, and she forgot that she killed somebody in a car accident years ago, Steve. She was involved in an accident where somebody lost their life. But like I told you last night, people like them have short memories. But like I said, I don't like the disrespect that O.J. I believe in this, Steve. O.J. Simpson, I wasn't there. I wasn't at the scene of the crime when Nicole was killed. You wasn't there, and a lot of these people that listened to me tonight, they wasn't there either. So for anybody to say you wouldn't want somebody to call you a murderer, you wouldn't want somebody to on your deathbed to call you all these names and hope that you burn in hell if you didn't have proof. I don't know if O.J. Simpson killed his wife or not. I'm giving the guy the benefit of the doubt because I wasn't there. I didn't see what happened. All I know is that the judge said the man wasn't guilty. That's all I need to know. And I just want people to let O.J. Simpson rest in peace, because the ultimate jury, you know who that is, Steve. Mm-hmm. The ultimate jury, O.J. Simpson, might be meeting with that man right now as we speak. That's the man who's going to be the ultimate juror of O.J. Simpson, of whether he killed his wife and her lover or not, and that's God Almighty. O.J. Simpson might be standing before that man right now. That's the only man that can judge O.J. Simpson, not God, not some TV reporter, not some guy on the radio who knows nothing about the case. Let O.J. Simpson rest in peace and let God be the final judge. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, that's a good point. Yeah, the final judge. He's right. He may be standing before him as we speak. All right. That was, I remember watching the trial. How many times did we get to watch that slow speed Bronco chase? All those memories come rushing back, and then you remember, if the glove don't fit, you must acquit. All right, O.J. Simpson dead at 76.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, rolling into a Friday, 22 past the hour. I come across, I just found a couple of posts on social media, the Facebook, that, boy, it doesn't seem like it's only been a week or so ago. Yeah, Monkey Gouger had kind of passed the word along to say a prayer for Eric and Ernie Froese, the Froese brothers, who, we were kind of surprised didn't show up at the Mid-America Truck Show there in Louisville. Always look forward to seeing them, and word came down that the dad, Ernie, had been battling cancer and was given the news he had a very short time to live. I guess he lost that battle this past day. So obviously, prayers for Eric in his very difficult time. I mean, that was a father and son team that were about as tight as you could get. They were always together. Typically spending all 3 days, with us there at the Mid-America Truck Show. I'm sure many of you spent time with them there out in the parking lot over the years. So, all right, sorry to hear about that. Meanwhile, brain dead on I'll say it's a Monday. Hey there.
Yeah, it was sad to see that about Ernie this afternoon. I didn't know him personally. I know him through passing. Anytime that's a cancer death is really hard to see. But
yeah.
No, Steve, did you happen to see the Kroger truck? The truck that went to the Kroger store in Millington yesterday.
I saw the story initially. Now it said a truck driver, but was it a tractor trailer or a pickup truck driver? That I wasn't sure.
It was a bobtail that had actually belonged to MMC, which is Mississippi Materials Corporation. They're a large concrete company here in the area.
Okay.
And my question is, how did he get the truck? Because I sent you a story earlier of the dad being interviewed, and Dad said he never seen him with the truck because that truck would have a tanker hooked to it, and it would go to the cement powder plant and haul cement powder to and from the different locations. So how did he get the bobtail? I don't know. They said that he was bipolar schizophrenic and he was off his medications. So, I mean, I just had woke up when I seen that on one of the Facebook groups. I thought it was a joke. I thought it was one of those, Photoshop deals, but then it came down through Channel 5, and I'm like, oh, God, what the hell happened? I think they also said in the story that he kind of had a little dust up right before closing time, because they close at 11 o'clock. But I'm just glad that nobody got hurt in the deal, because that's when they're doing the stocking. And I really need to reach out to a buddy of mine who's one of them Bulldog fans that I need to trash some more, get some more of the story, so to speak. But yeah, nobody was hurt or injured. It's just something you see in the movie. That's the weird thing. But I sent you also something from FreightWaves earlier about the hearing they held for Yellow Freight, and this is what really has me irritated right now, because normally I talk to you a little bit of sports, but I'm gonna wait till later on for that. It is really sad in corporate America today that corporate America can violate a federal law, put it in a bankruptcy, and try to push all kind of papers around it instead of dealing with the problem. And I want to encourage Heatwave and everybody else out here. There needs to be a severe act with this, a reform with this Warren Act, no company should be able to file a bankruptcy before dealing with the Warren Act claim first. In that story, Steve, they said that we're owed $244 million. Okay. But Yellow is sitting there saying, well, we need to verify the claims of people that are double identified and whatnot. I'm sorry, I don't have a twin brother with the same Social Security number that works at Yellow. I don't. The only thing I know is that I want my money. All these upper executives and all these upper CEOs, they got their severance packages. Every one of them. But me and my family, like Heatwave here, are struggling to make ends meet because of this. I took a $1,500 a month pay cut. $1,500. I've got friends that have taken a hell of a lot more than that. We just want our money to help out with our bills. We want our money to help get us ahead a little bit. Heatwave said before that he wants some money to help with his mortgage payment. I know people that need more than that. And it's honestly sad that they can't do something about it. I mean, all those upper executives need to be brought in for embezzlement. Where did the money go? Where did the $700 million from the Trump loan go? Why are we the last ones to be paid?
Right.
It's honestly sad, and I've said it before. We are not creditors. We are employees. We built that company. We helped that company make money. We gave concessions to help keep that company afloat. And this is what the hell you do? I'm sorry. I want my money.
Yeah.
I don't work for free.
We got to pause there, okay, because we are up against the news break, but I understand the frustration. And, hey, there's tens of thousands just like him out there waiting for their pay.
USA News Update. A series of storms swept across the south. Northeast of Houston, the Southern Baptist of Texas Disaster Relief Arm said it sent volunteers to help in flood-stricken areas, particularly in Jasper County. Earlier, separate reports confirmed tornadoes caused damage in both Texas and Louisiana. O.J. Simpson has passed away at the age of 76 after battling cancer. That's according to his family, known for his involvement in the 1990s murder case of his ex-wife Nicole Brown Simpson and her friend Ron Goldman. Simpson captured media attention during a televised slow-speed chase through Los Angeles before his arrest. Despite being found not guilty of the murders, he later faced imprisonment in Nevada for robbery and kidnapping charges. Meta, Instagram's parent company, is introducing measures to safeguard teens from nude images. A new feature will identify photos containing nudity and automatically blur them when shared with users under 18. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor. Guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, on a Friday, yes, plenty of room for you. It is 844-844-3388. So your buddy Wheelchair Dave going to be checking in next. He sends to me. Now, we saw that earlier this week there was some testing going on at Indianapolis Motor Speedway in preparation for the up-and-coming Indy 500. And, of course, we shared the announcement. Kyle Larson, who I guess about a year ago announced he's going to try to do the double dip thing, the Indy 500 followed by the Coca-Cola 600, 1,100 miles of racing in a day's time. And apparently, leave it to a NASCAR driver to be the talk of an IndyCar test. Kyle Larson stole the show and nearly topped the speed chart on the first day of two-day IndyCar testing at Indy Wednesday. Of course, he will be attempting, as I said, to race the Indy 500 in a Rick Hendrick-backed Arrow McLaren entry. He was actually second quickest in the field of 34 drivers. Only 2023 Indy 500 winner Joseph Newgarden was quicker on that day. How about that? Getting in some traffic, feeling the turbulent air, he said when he was asked about the experience. He said, the first time I got in traffic, I think my tires still had good grip, so I was kind of surprised it didn't feel that different in traffic. Then the last time I was building understeer, and Newgarden got by me, and I was super tight behind him. I'm just trying to learn all that and process all that and knowing what I can do in the car to cope with that. Trying to figure out any bit of racecraft today. It's tough. I just got to get notes in my head and all that. But Newgarden posted the quickest lap with an average speed of 228.811 miles per hour in the first of 2 practice sessions. Larson was next at 226.384 miles per hour. Scott Dixon, Alex Palou, Colton Herta rounded out the top 5. Herta posted his top speed in the day's second session to actually top the chart there. Larson was 12th quickest in that second session. All right, Larson was one of 7 rookies in action. He was joined on the track by Nolan Siegel, Tom Blomqvist, Linus Lundqvist, Marcus Armstrong, Kiffin, and Rasmussen. There you go. The practice field also included 4-time Indy 500 winner Helio Castroneves. Believe it or not, the Indy 500 is actually the only race on his schedule this year. He was 25th quickest on that day. But coming up May the 26th, that's the big day. Larson will attempt to become just the 5th driver to race in the Indy 500 and Coca-Cola 600 the same day. The most recent driver to accomplish that feat was Kurt Busch 10 years ago, back in 2014. Tony Stewart, back in 2001, is the only driver who has actually completed the full distance, 1,100 miles, both races on the same day. Others who tried but came up short in completing both races were, of course, like I said, Kurt Busch, John Andretti, and Robbie Gordon. So how about that? Who would have ever suspected Kyle being that quick in a test early on? Hello, Wheelchair Dave.
Well, I told you, I've been telling you for the last couple of years that Kyle Larson is the Mario Andretti / AJ Foyt of the times today. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I mean, come on. Probably when he was done running up second quickest at Indy practice, heck, what, a day or two later, he's probably in a sprint car somewhere there in Indy, isn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, or a late model. You know, that guy races any and everything just about. I just, as far as a fan of racing in general, he's my guy on that. That's for sure.
Wow.
But that's and for him to do what he's doing, NASCAR news and stuff. Well, this can go a couple ways on this. Back in the day, Cale Yarborough, he raced the Indy 500 actually a couple times and did quite well. Finished like 6th or something like that. He did pretty good. So the NASCAR guys, coming into Indy. But did you ever see that show where Mario Andretti in 1967, where he went into NASCAR and run the Daytona 500 and won it? Did you ever see anything about that?
It's not ringing a bell.
Well, Moody engines and all that stuff, at the time, they had the baddest and best motors that you could have, okay?
Yeah.
And they went into all the named people at that time. And here comes Mario Andretti from Indy, and he sees all these engines and stuff that are going in all these top cars, and then he sees what's going in his car, and he tells the people that are sponsoring him to drive that car, you better give me one of those engines that are going in these other cars, or I'm not going to race this race. So they ended up giving him one of those motors, and he won.
How about that?
Now, what does that tell you?
Yeah.
What does that tell you about NASCAR back then? I'm just saying. Anyhow, I really, really liked that the story I just told you, and it was cool to see that happen. I like the old thing. Sunday, be there. Well, today the ISMA sports cars will be out at today, Friday, and Saturday will be out at Long Beach. And then Sunday, the Indy cars will be at Long Beach as well, racing. So you got that going on.
Okay.
And let's see. I wanted to change this real quick. Did you talk about this? I don't know if you talked about this or not. Did you hear about that old lady, the 85-year-old lady that was handcuffed to a chair? And somebody broke into, in Idaho, broke into the lady's house, abducted her, put her in handcuffs, put her in a chair. Somehow while the guy was, doing whatever in the house, she was able to scoot her chair next to the bed and get a hold of a .357 that was underneath her pillow, waited for the intruder to come back, and blew his head off. Yeah!
She's being hailed as a hero, oddly enough.
I tell you what, hopefully Pat is listening. I just think that's absolutely great, and to see when a good gun takes a bad person out. Yep. I just love it. Well, that's about it for me. Scarecrow, everybody. Man, everybody have a great, great weekend. And we'll be listening in. Oh, one other quick thing. Always moving. Fantastic to hear from her. And sounds like she had a blast down there in Cincinnati tonight, didn't she?
Yes, indeed. And that was supposedly a sold-out venue. I can't believe that. That's better than the Cincinnati Cyclones let me down this year. By golly, they sure did. But Monkey Gougers, minor league hockey team, is actually like at top of the chart. So I guess they'll be going against the Toledo Walleye or something like that. I don't know if any of those guys follow that minor league hockey there in South Carolina, but they're like number one in their division. So anyhow, you guys have a great weekend. Nice talking to you. Hey, bye-bye. Good to have you with us, Wheelchair Dave. Thanks for checking in. It is. I'd seen the headlines. I don't think we had mentioned it on the program, but at 85 years old, just imagine the mother of a disabled son committed what is a justifiable homicide when she shot the armed burglar who snuck into her home and threatened to kill her multiple times. According to the prosecutor there, Christine Jenihan presented one of the most heroic acts of self-preservation, according to the county prosecutor, that he's ever heard of, when she shot and killed 39-year-old Derek Condon. 2 o'clock in the morning, March 13, Condon woke Jenihan up from her sleep at her home in southeast Idaho. He was wearing a military jacket and a black ski mask, pointed a gun and a flashlight at her. Subsequent investigation into the case indicated a strong likelihood that Condon hit her in the head while she was lying in her bed due to the blood being on her pillow in the bedroom floor. After that, handcuffing her, took her to the living room. Once in the living room, handcuffed her to a wooden chair, demanded she tell him where the valuables were kept in her home. When she told him she didn't have much, the burglar placed the gun against her head. She eventually told him about 2 safes downstairs, which led to him leaving her handcuffed in the living room while he went to check several rooms multiple times. While checking downstairs, Condon realized that her disabled son was also in the home. This led to him becoming angry because she didn't tell him anybody else was in the house. He also made numerous threats to Christine, telling her that he would kill her. At some point, when he was downstairs, she dragged the chair she was handcuffed to into her bedroom, got her .357 Magnum from under the pillow, returned to the living room, hid the gun between the armrest and the cushion of the couch next to where she was seated, and waited to see what Condon did. Yeah, she recollected to prosecutors of what happened next is somewhat unclear, she said. She did recall him coming back to the living room, threatening to kill her as he continued to burglarize the home. During all the chaos, she decided it's now or never. She pulled out the revolver and shot him twice. Condon would return fire, shooting her multiple times in her abdomen, leg, arm, and chest. Wow. After returning fire, he went into the kitchen and died from his wounds. Still handcuffed, Jenihian fell to the floor and remained there for 10 hours. Wow. All right, that's, I guess, lucky to be alive, to say the least, right? Truly incredible story. Back to your calls here in 2. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So here we are on a Friday. Ready for the weekend. All right, Senor Heatwave, I think he's attempted to get through 3, 4, maybe 5, I don't know, maybe 500 times. He must be out there in cell hell zone, but so we do at the moment have clear lines at 844-844-3388. All right, hello, Steve. It's the lovely, crazy Dingbat. It's about 57 here at the home 20. Doctor gave me a couple days off because of the sinus headache infection. Yay me. Haven't heard anything just yet about FedEx Express before I was off these 2 days. Nothing really going on around here except the fur babies are snowing, and I think that's my sign that I got to get some sleep too. Because Braindead and I are going to be busy the next couple of days, driving each other ding-bat crazy. By the way, I think Wilson's running around the island for a skullbuster, considering what's going on with FedEx Express. Which I don't blame him. All right, hope everybody's having a great night. Enjoy. Drive safe. Be blessed. And love y'all. All right, Cripshot checking in with the overnight drive. Let's see. Jerry said, Kyle's a good friend of my son Josh ran sprint cars with him. He, as a driver, that guy is amazing in anything he sits in. Yeah, because he's great in the sprint cars. He's great in the late models. He's NASCAR, IndyCar. It's like, wow. Let's see. Eric, mentioned just a bit ago. Hey, buddy. He said, Dad just passed. You guys meant for him more than you will ever know. I saw that post and we mentioned, sorry to hear that, Eric. We're thinking about you. Everybody say a prayer for Eric. Tough time there. All right. Billy says, good morning. Sorry to hear about your loss there, Eric. Meanwhile, let's see what's going on with, I don't know, what's the name here? All right, I'm not seeing a name on the screen. Did you hear the beep? Who we got on the line? Okay, maybe not. So let's just jump down to make it another shot here. Senor Heatwave, are you on board?
Well, for now. I'll tell you what, I appreciate you passing that number along and sending one back to me. I didn't notice it till later this evening. I hope I didn't wake you up saying thank you. There was a article I had shared with you about Funland Park, New Mexico. Apparently that is a high traffic area for illegal aliens. And the Border Patrol has basically given it to the, I can't even think of the word now, but the coyotes and the drug dealers, the cartels, there you go.
Yeah.
They basically said, hey, this is your island. And there is an elementary school that is close by.
And it sounds like he may have lost his signal again. Are you still there, Heatwave? I don't believe he is. Somewhere down the line, maybe we'll get the rest of the story. All right, we're rolling toward news break here, so let's take care of some unfinished business under the industry headlines. North of the border, over $1 million worth of stolen semi-trucks still missing from a trucking company nearly a month after the crime. These trucks are probably long gone. March 14th, the theft occurred about 9 o'clock in the evening in Ontario, Canada. According to the report, 5 white Volvo tractor trailers, 2019 to 2022 model years, were stolen from a trucking yard near the Highway 401. The suspects used a black sedan, 2 white pickup trucks, and a dark-colored SUV to complete the crime. Obviously, an organized ring to have enough individuals to drive all those trucks and the vehicles associated. So I guess they just kind of disappeared without a trace. The Ontario Provincial Police are asking anyone with info to call in with any tips, maybe. All right, let's see. This was kind of fascinating. I saw from CDL Life in the state of Virginia. Most of us, when we associate with a runaway truck ramp, envisioning obviously an area where the truck's going to go off and probably hit like the sand trap to slow them down before causing maybe a catastrophic accident because they've lost their brakes, right? This is a new twist on that. It's being described as a net truck arrestor ramp has opened in the state of Virginia, making it the first to be built in that state. The new ramp arrestor, constructed on Rockfish Gap Turnpike on what is known as Afton Mountain, Nelson County. The ramp cost $5.5 million to build, but features 10 stainless steel nets designed to safely stop a tractor trailer weighing up to 98,000 pounds, traveling at 98 miles per hour down the mountain. Now, it says here the first net alone is strong enough to stop a passenger vehicle. The following 9 nets are designed to slow down the runaway tractor trailer at a rate that would avoid injury to the trucker. You don't want to bring it to a dead stop that quickly, right? Then there's the final heavy-duty net that is capable of stopping semi-trucks weighing more than 98,000 pounds at the very end of the arrestor ramp. The state has also installed a runaway truck ramp and runaway vehicle-only signs preceding the ramp to alert drivers of the presence there. Then lastly, one more before we hit top of the hour here. Truck maker Volvo, how's this going to go over? Announcing plans to increase heavy truck production capacity by opening a new plant in Mexico. This past day, Volvo Group announced plans to build a new heavy-duty truck manufacturing plant in Mexico, expected to be operational by 2026. Now, they said the new plant will provide production capacity for both Volvo trucks and Mack trucks in the U.S. and Canadian markets and support Mack truck sales in Mexico and Latin America. Volvo Group said Volvo plans to continue to rely on the Mack LVO plant in Pennsylvania and the Volvo NRV plant in Virginia as their main production sites for North American sales. I guess this has to make some folks a bit nervous, though. Volvo said that we've invested $73 million in upgrades to the PA plant over the past 5 years. We spent $400 million over the past 6 years upgrading the Virginia plant for the production of the new Volvo VNL model. Some of your industry headlines. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. It's not just tornadoes, but also drenching rain and hail that's impacting communities as disaster recovery efforts begin across the South this week. USA's Ryan Daniels has more.
A series of storms swept across the region Wednesday. Northeast of Houston, Texas, the Southern Baptist of Texas Disaster Relief Arm out with a statement said they sent volunteers to help in flood-stricken areas, particularly in Jasper County. Earlier, separate reports had confirmed tornadoes Wednesday caused damage in both Texas and Louisiana.
O.J. Simpson has passed away at the age of 76 after battling cancer. That's according to his family. Notorious for his involvement in the 1990s murder case of his ex-wife Nicole Brown Simpson and her friend Ron Goldman, Simpson captured media attention during a televised slow-speed chase through Los Angeles before his arrest. Despite being found not guilty of those murders, he later faced imprisonment in Nevada for robbery and kidnapping charges related to the alleged theft of his memorabilia. Reactions are still pouring in following the passing of O.J. Simpson. Jeff Michaels, a former LA TV news reporter who chased Al Cowling's Ford Bronco with Simpson in the back during that infamous slow-speed pursuit.
As a journalist, someone of mixed emotions, because I really don't want to give the man more celebrity than he already had. It's at the sacrifice of two lives.
Simpson passed away Wednesday in Las Vegas. Hispanic backing for the southern border wall is on the rise, with 42% of respondents in an Ipsos Telemundo poll of Hispanic adults expressing support for constructing a wall or fence along the entire U.S.-Mexico border. This marks an increase from 30% in December 2021. Former President Trump and House Speaker Mike Johnson expected to hold a press briefing Friday at Mar-a-Lago. Trump's ongoing assertion of electoral irregularities in 2020 expected to be a central theme. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A new projection suggests that President Biden's recent plan for student debt relief may come with an estimated price tag of $84 billion for taxpayers. Examined by the Penn-Wharton budget model, the analysis dissects 5 facets of Biden's proposal to calculate the total expenses of the measure. There's a chance of rolling out the plan before the November election. The model indicates that the largest expenditure would likely arise from Biden's idea to forgive up to $20,000 for borrowers with outstanding interest balances. House Leader Mike Johnson's speakership is in trouble. We get the latest from USA's Corey Myers.
A key vote on a bill to reauthorize the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act failed on the House floor. Just another sign of Republican infighting under Speaker Mike Johnson's leadership.
But it's pretty clear and obvious and being whispered among the conference. Mike Johnson does not have the support of the conference.
Marjorie Taylor Greene after that vote. 19 Republicans broke ranks with party leadership and voted against that measure.
The CDC is currently looking into cases involving counterfeit Botox injections. The origin of the injection remains undisclosed at this time, but collaborating with health departments in Tennessee and Illinois, where a number of instances of illnesses have been documented, the CDC is actively engaged in the investigation. And the U.S. military this week rescued 3 men who had been stranded on a Pacific island for days. They were able to spell the word help out in palm leaves. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, right back at it here on a Friday. Hey, here come the weekend. Ready or not? Other industry headlines, there's been quite the fight going on here. Regulators receiving heavy opposition from truck owner-operators and safety advocates on their proposal aimed at making it easier to test and employ new drivers. Been talking about this off and on for several months. The FMCSA proposed rule for increased flexibility for testing for drivers after passing the skills test would loosen current CDL testing regulations by, number one, allowing commercial learner's permit holders who've passed the skills test to operate a truck without having a CDL holder in the passenger seat. It would also expand CDL applicants' ability to take a skills test in a state other than the state in which they live. It would also eliminate the requirement that an applicant wait for at least 14 days after being issued a CDL to take the CDL skills test. So they published this for comment back in February. It stems from the temporary waivers and exemptions issued by the FMCSA during and after the pandemic, as well as a petition filed by the American Trucking Association in 2020. That public comment period ended April 2nd. In pushing for the changes, the ATA said it considers a streamlined CDL testing process a way to attract more drivers. And they try to explain it. Over 1 million new drivers will be needed to keep up with industry demands and growth alongside driver outflows. The ATA believes any reduction in regulatory barriers in the testing and issuance process that encourage and allow new individuals to enter the driving workforce more quickly are urgently needed to fill that gap. Werner Enterprises said allowing CLP holders, learning permit holders, to drive while a CDL holder rests in the sleeper berth as opposed to having them observed, the learner permit driver from the passenger seat, would expand team driving opportunities, promote greater productivity and efficiency in the freight corridors, blah, blah, blah. The Commercial Vehicle Training Association, which represents CDL training schools, also supports the changes. This would shorten wait times related to license processing and to expand where applicants can take their skills test, reducing costs and bolster tax revenue. Delays associated with wait time and test location requirements put many jobs on hold for over 250,000 drivers, resulting in over $1 billion in lost wages for these drivers. That was a part of the comments they filed. But owner-operators and the safety groups assert that streamlining the testing regulations will weaken the safety objectives that the FMCSA should actually be promoting. Some of the comments first from Todd Spencer of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association regarding allowing CDL holders to rest in the sleeper berth instead of overseeing the learner's permit holder. The FMCSA fails to explain how that learning permit holder will be adequately mentored. Given the minimum nature of the current entry-level driver training standards, inexperienced drivers will face countless conditions, scenarios, and other challenges they had absolutely no training for during their first months and even years on the road. Eliminating that passenger seat requirement ignores the fact that well-trained, more experienced drivers have better safety records and can pass their knowledge along to the less seasoned drivers. He also pointed out, because the ELD rule, which went into effect in 2022, that's ELDT, the entry-level driver training rule. It does not require a minimum number of behind-the-wheel hours. You don't need to be weakening training opportunities by eliminating the 14-day waiting period for permit holders to take the skills test. Advocates for highway and auto safety said the FMCSA data includes no data or analysis in the proposed rule to support the assumption that CDL applicants are being forced to wait long periods to schedule a skills test. Instead, by allowing a state to administer a skills test to any out-of-state applicant, regardless of where the applicant received training, it increases the potential for skills test shopping, as we'll call it. You know, there's this one school, hell, they'll pass anybody. Let's all go there, right? CDL applicants would be allowed to choose any state in which to test, including those that could be believed or demonstrated to be easier or less stringent. Lastly, an extensive investigation published by the Boston Globe revealed the chronic failings by the FMCSA to properly oversee and regulate unsafe carriers and drivers as it is right now. Therefore, it's not likely the FMCSA would be able to provide adequate oversight of a less rigorous testing regimen that has fewer protocols in place to prevent unqualified individuals from operating commercial motor vehicles. I mean, I understand the push. Some of these big companies want to be able to run that fresh out-of-the-box learner's permit holder to operate as a team operation. Let the CDL holder go to the sleeper. We can keep that truck moving, right? That's the premise. They're looking to get more out of them. But all this, there's nothing in there that says this is going to make the roads safer. I think undoubtedly it will make things less safe. See where it goes. But that's the big fight. Hello, Knucklebuster. How the heck are you? Friday.
Happy Friday to you too, Mr. Steve Summers there. Well, I don't know about these large companies, but Tennessee was carrying me to work tonight, and she started screaming, "My God, he's going down the wrong way." And it wasn't no car. It was either an owner-operator or a lease driver. He was going eastbound on the westbound side of US 78 there, right there in the middle of Memphis. And he acted like he didn't even think he was doing anything wrong there. So we got some bad drivers out here. I got some bad company drivers too. So, hell, I don't know. Maybe they'll eventually straighten all the rules out and get us out here where we can enjoy a safe trip there, right?
Right.
Well, let me get my note pulled up here right quick. Bouncing around on this damn Arkansas road there. Well, I read this on O.J. Simpson there in the Babylon Bee that O.J. Simpson excited for God to tell him who the actual killer was. See?
Okay. Yes, indeed. Yes,
you know,
indeed.
God knew who it was there, so it didn't make no difference. Now, Idaho mom, I'm a tough old girl there, but if an 85-year-old, but be shot several times, lay there for 10 hours and still survive it all, but she shot that other dude 2 times and killed him graveyard dead there. Chip Gaines, he done got himself in a little bit of hot water with some of them social media people there. You know who he is?
I don't think I'm familiar. Chip Gaines?
Yeah, his wife is Joanna Gaines. She's a little Korean gal there, designer and all that stuff there. The DIY network, it's the Magnolia Network now there. They slammed him for his tone deaf money comment, and what he was talking about was Baylor's Scott Drew shunned Kentucky after John Calipari left. I guess that's how you say it there. But he did. He left But they thought they was going to get that guy down there from Baylor, but he told them, nope, ain't no way. Well, people really need to quit crying over spilled milk, see? I mean, Yella's gone. I realize you lost money. Hey, just suck it up, Buttercup. Go on, you got a new job. I wouldn't even worry about Yella. They'll eventually work it out there, right? How many times we gonna hear him say I'm through with NASCAR, Steve?
Well, it's been off and on a few times, I guess.
Yeah, ain't no problem. Well, you keep yourself out of trouble. I'll be the one to bad mouth the people. All right, how about that? Well, you ain't getting too many callers tonight, buddy, for a Friday night.
It is kind of quiet for a Friday. I'll grant you that.
Yeah. Well, I'm not even in my truck tonight. I broke down Monday down there in Austin, down there Tuesday. Finally got back. They worked on my truck all day long, see? All day long. And guess what? They still couldn't get it fixed.
No.
So they stuck me in another truck, told me to head back to Waco and then back down to Austin. I said, well, I hope this damn truck don't break down there too. So, but anyway, you got a great show going. I call on in a little later on there, and maybe I won't be aggravating people so much. How about that?
Yeah, you do. You are trying to pick on. You're picking on people.
Well, that's what I do best.
All right, Knuckle Buster. Have a good Friday. It is 18 past the hour. A topic we touched on a bit last evening as well, the inflation numbers. Yeah, still talking about it throughout the past day where, Joe takes to the microphone and he said that inflation was skyrocketing when he took office, recall? He said, quote, look, we've dramatically reduced inflation from 9% down to close to 3%. We're in a situation where we're better situated than we were when we took office, where inflation was skyrocketing. That was his quote at the White House press conference. Well, what was the actual fact of the matter? Hold that thought. We'll be back after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, other industry headlines coming up here. But first, back to the inflation. How do you say such a thing? The president was reacting to the latest report on the Consumer Price Index that showed inflation rose at an annualized rate of 4.6% in March, fourth consecutive month where inflation has again exceeded expectations. Either way, Fact Check says the verdict of his quote is false. Inflation was not skyrocketing when Biden took office. When Biden took the oath of office in January of 21, Consumer Price Index was up 1.4% from a year earlier. The following month, it was up 1.7%. The Personal Consumption Expenditure Price Index, the measure used by the Federal Reserve as the basis for their 2% inflation target, was up 1.6 January of 21, 1.8 in February of 21. Inflation did not rise above the Fed's target until March of 21. March 11 of 21, Biden signed into law the American Rescue Plan. That injected $1.9 trillion of stimulus into the economy. At the time, even economists lined up with the Democrats like Larry Summers and Oliver Branchard warned that pushing that much deficit spending onto an economy already recovering from the pandemic lockdowns was likely to push inflation much higher. All said and done, the Consumer Price Index is up 18.94% since Biden took office, meaning inflation has averaged over 6% per year, or three times the Fed's target. During the equivalent period of Trump's presidency, inflation rose 5.96 per year, slightly less than the 2% per year on average. Just digesting the numbers, but the sights, the sounds of the Masters, which is officially underway. That, they say, is what makes this premier tournament so distinctive. The pink of the azaleas, the yellow of the delicate jasmine, and the green of the jacket worn by the winners. Well, there's another color that appears over the 4 days, and that's the white of the jumpsuits sported by the caddies during the famous major. Why do those employed to carry the clubs of the world's best golfers wear those baggy white jumpsuits? It's all about Augusta National. It hasn't always been a thing, apparently. After the tournament was established in 1934, caddies back in the 30s wore similar clothing to the patrons who actually lined the holes. According to the Masters website, the idea for a uniformed caddy first emerged in a letter sent in 1940 by a Major's co-founder, Cliff Roberts. And it still wasn't until the late 1940s that the white jumpsuits began to appear, but they looked a lot different now than what they're wearing today. While current caddies wear jumpsuits made from a lightweight polyester and cotton blend, back in the day, they were made from heavy overall materials, something that would be worn like by a painter. Despite the change in material for today's caddies, Englishman Billy Foster, former caddy for former world number 1 Lee Westwood, said, "It is not the most pleasant thing to wear. It's pretty uncomfortable. It's pretty hot. These jumpsuits are thicker than they look on TV, like a painter or decorator's suit. Every jumpsuit has the Velcro spot to attach the name and the number of the player. You pair that with the dark green hats, the caddies cut distinctive figures on the Augusta golf course. Even during the par 3 contest on Wednesday, the family of the player, whether that be wives, girlfriends, brothers, sisters, kids, can get their own personalized jumpsuits as they made their way around." Okay. Of course, while a winning player gets the green jacket for a prize, winning caddies can request their jumpsuits actually be sent to them as a memento of that triumphant effort. So pretty cool. Rolling up on 26 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. All right, what do we got? Good morning to the overnight drive, folks. 69 degrees in Beulahville, North Carolina, headed up to Garysburg, North Carolina. Then it's down to Leland, North Carolina for the Lowe's delivery. Happy Friday. Stay safe. Good to have you on board there. Billy, 5-7, copying the mail. All right, good to have you on board as well. Couple minutes before we hit news break. Meanwhile, delinquency rates among credit card holders. Maybe this has a little something to do with inflation, right? Delinquency rates are at an all-time high. At the same time, a record number of active accounts have a balance of over $2,000, according to the report from the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia. Here we are, more than 3 years into the Biden presidency, so we all know where the blame lies. From Bloomberg, almost 3.5% of card balances are at least 30 days past due as of the end of December, the Philly Fed said. That is the highest figure in the data series going back to 2012, up by about 30 basis points from the previous quarter. The share of debts that are 60 to 90 days late have also climbed. Stress among cardholders further underscores their payment behavior as the share of accounts making minimum payments rose 34 basis points to a series high as well. About 10% of credit card borrowers now have an account balance that exceeds $5,200, according to the Fed. 1/4 of active accounts have a balance over $2,000 for the first time. This has never happened. Credit scores in the 10th and 25th percentiles of cardholders decreased to their lowest levels since the first quarter of 2020. There's also been a surge in people making only their minimum payments. High balances, minimum payments, lower credit scores, record delinquencies. Yeah, these are the terrible signs of what's happening in the real world. Credit cards are a sucker game. Nothing more than a legal loan. Back after this.
USA News Update. A series of storms swept across the south. Northeast of Houston, the Southern Baptist of Texas Disaster Relief Arm said it sent volunteers to help in flood-stricken areas, particularly in Jasper County. Earlier, separate reports confirmed tornadoes caused damage in both Texas and Louisiana. O.J. Simpson has passed away at the age of 76 after battling cancer. That's according to his family, known for his involvement in the 1990s murder case of his ex-wife Nicole Brown Simpson and her friend Ron Goldman. Simpson captured media attention during a televised slow-speed chase through Los Angeles before his arrest. Despite being found not guilty of the murders, he later faced imprisonment in Nevada for robbery and kidnapping charges. Meta, Instagram's parent company, is introducing measures to safeguard teens from nude images. A new feature will identify photos containing nudity and automatically blur them when shared with users under 18. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's Proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For Proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's Proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code OvernightDrive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Meanwhile, Heroes of the Week. I guess you could say it was a long time coming. All right, thanks to Dingbat. Doing a research, and she felt like these are the individuals that should be kind of recognized this week. The women who became known as Rosie the Riveters for their work in helping to lead the U.S. to victory in World War II, finally honored this week, Wednesday, with a Congressional Gold Medal. House Speaker Mike Johnson said at the medal ceremony held at the U.S. Capitol, "These are the women who built our bombs. These are the invisible warriors on the home front." Rosie the Riveter, that was the moniker given to women who went to work during World War II, taking on roles historically dominated by men. Well, the men were drafted to fight overseas. About 5 million civilian women went to work during that war, many helping to build equipment for the war, while around 350,000 American women served in the military. Decades after their work, the Rosie the Riveters were collectively rewarded or awarded Wednesday with Congress's highest civilian honor. I'm just thinking at this point in time, there's not many World War II veterans left. There's not many Rosie the Riveters yet alive today. Susan Collins said this recognition is long overdue, but today Congress finally bestows this honor on these deserving patriots. She was a co-sponsor of the Rosie the Riveter Congressional Gold Medal Act that passed in 2020. That led to them finally receiving the medal Wednesday. There were dozens of original Rosie the Riveters who actually made that journey to D.C. to receive the medal in person. One was a 98-year-old Lucille McDonald from Hawaii, who said when the war broke out, she was a 17-year-old, left her family farm in South Carolina, hopped on a Greyhound bus to Georgia to help. She said she was scared to death when Japan dropped a bomb on Pearl Harbor. Yeah, that's when I said, do something about it. Just do something about it. I became very patriotic and very much in love with my country. She became a journeyman welder in Brunswick, Georgia. She said, I was the best welder in the entire shipyard. I can never forget that. The best. Now, I mean, that's saying something. And I launched one huge ship a week. In just a week. I mean, imagine, you know how big a ship is. Huge. One other honored Wednesday, May Cryer, a Levittown, Pennsylvania resident who built B-17 and B-29 bombers in Seattle from 43 to 45. Years later, at the start of the COVID pandemic in 2020, at the age of 94, she began actually making face masks in the same red polka dot fabric that was worn in the famous Rosie the Riveter poster. That poster, of course, had the famous moniker, "We Can Do It." So there you go. Congratulations. Well past due for those that are still around, still alive to be recognized today. Are you hanging in there, Eagle? Good morning. Maybe he dozed off. Eagle! I don't hear a snore, but, well, hello to the donut man if my computer will do its thing. Come on, it's trying to think.
Good.
Well, there he is.
Good morning, Steve. How are we doing this morning?
Doing happy Friday.
I'm here. Are you there?
Yeah, what's going on?
Oh, Lord. Oh, in and out of rain all night. You know, the usual Ohio, 4 seasons every 2 days.
Yep.
Oh, Lord. That was good news. I like that story you just shared with us about the
Rosie the
Riveters and all the behind-the-scenes heroes finally getting their recognition. They all should have got their recognition a long time ago. I mean, they were the greatest generation, you know. It's funny, back then, you know, those guys, when World War II broke out, those guys were lying about their age and stuff to go fight to protect their country. Now these guys lie about what genders they are and stuff and get emotionally upset when somebody uses the wrong pronoun.
It was a different generation.
Yeah.
The whole world was different.
Yep. Well, my grandfather, God rest his soul, and my step-grandfather were both World War II veterans. My grandfather was a tank driver. My step-grandfather was a tail gunner on I think it was a B-25, if I remember right. I'm trying to remember the exact plane, but he was a tail gunner, and he actually got shot down, and they survived and everything, so, you know. Yeah, I was finally glad to see you getting recognition. They well-deserved, ladies.
Yep, no doubt.
You're out there listening. You're well-deserved. And do you happen to see this situation in Chicago, Steve, with the police shooting?
I think
talked about that story yet.
The video that came out this week.
It seems like they're trying to. Yeah, with the families all.
Yeah.
All they targeted our son and all. The first thing, you know, it's not the fact that he was a career criminal, and I don't like to see anybody get killed. Don't get me wrong, but you play a stupid game, you're going to win a stupid prize. You shoot a law enforcement officer. And you open fire, shoot them. What did you think was going to happen? They were just going to sit back and play patty cake? Now, you put your gun down, young man. No.
Yeah.
They did what they had to do, and I'm just getting so tired of this in the media. what's the first, like one of the first pictures they show, like him graduating school, and I'm amazed how many criminals, Steve, are all they were aspiring to be doctors and lawyers. They were planning on going to college and all. They were they got a rap sheet longer than the trailer behind my truck. It's amazing how that works. But, I guess it's just the times we live in. Things are changing. And then that story you shared, too, about they want to lower the training standards for truck drivers. That kind of what the gist was of that? They want to lower the standards now?
You want to make it, trying to make it easier to become a certified CDL holder. So, I guess what the current rule is, if you got a learner's permit, if you don't have much of any experience, I guess the rule right now requires that your trainer be in the passenger seat observing what you're doing and trying to teach you. They want to allow that trainer to get back in the sleeper berth and go to sleep while the trainee is the learner's permit holder is actually driving down the road. That doesn't sound like it would be very safe to me.
Things are bad enough out here now,
right?
With some of these yahoos out here, wheel holders, and now you think things are bad now? Just wait till this takes effect. It seems like to me all these we always call the bottom feeder companies just want to move freight cheaper, and cheaper,
right.
as cheap as they can, and they don't care. Well, we just pay them off. We'll go on. Things happen. It's just cost of doing business. That attitude's got to change. I mean, I've just been a believer that we actually need better training than what we got now. We need some kind of standards out here because, I'm like Grump with these Visa drivers. I had a situation a couple weeks ago, Steve, where I was coming up Interstate 71 there, where Jeffersonville is there.
Sure.
71 goes into like a 3-lane stretch there, the Loves and the TA and all that, and then you got between those couple exits right there. So there was trucks coming off with like 435, 35, getting on 71 North. So me and the truck behind me, we get into the center lane, and the cars are passing us on the left. Everything's moving along just fine. Then one of these Visa drivers, because there was coming up on there was another slow truck in the right lane. So we're just holding the center lane because we're getting ready to pass him. And this guy comes up. I mean, he just comes flying up the right lane, throws his turn signal on, and just, and there was a car next to me, and how the heck he was about ready to swerve over into me and run me into the car that was on my left. And then he has the audacity after we get, he jammed his brakes or whatever, we got past. So he gets back out, and we're driving along, and he goes by me pointing and shaking his fist and all this stuff.
Right.
He's like, dude, I had nowhere to go. You saw, you could have fell right in behind, passed right along with me and the other truck behind me. This stuff's just becoming too much of a commonplace out here anymore. It's like, I'm kind of like Grump and Monkey Gouger stuff. I'm ready to, retirement just can't get here soon enough. It's just not getting to the point where it's not fun out here anymore, Steve. The only highlight seems like when we go down to the truck show, get to catch up with everybody. And,
right.
Oh, and I'm thinking about it. Hey, have you heard any updates on how Anita's doing? Because I know she had a heart attack and stuff down when we were down in Louisville, and I haven't heard anything. I put a thing up on the page asking if anybody's heard anything, and I never heard anything.
Double R checked in. I think
how
it was
she's
Monday
doing.
of this week when he checked in. I mean, he's back on the road. He's running solo right now. She said, I think she had some sort of a doctor visit earlier this week. I think they were still kind of up in the air, questioning whether she's going to possibly have to have the actual open heart surgery. If she has to do that,
I want to send continued prayers.
Yes.
For them, and also want to send prayers and sorry for your loss, Eric. I remember those guys. I remember seeing those guys every year at the truck show, and they were they were super terrific people, and my prayers and my family's prayers. I'm sure if my wife was listening, because she's always with me at the truck show, and she's met them too, and I'm sure she's sending prayers and condolences their way too.
Yeah.
It's just, I hate it whenever we lose, when something happens, like to remember, it's like something happening to our family. Like we always said, we're this group of people on this show, we're all kind of like family. We all kind of try to look out for each other, and we're there for each other, and I just hope it continues, because I got to thinking, it was right around this time, about 37 years ago, I stumbled across this trucking show on another thing.
Yeah.
A couple years later, this young gentleman from Georgia came on the show by the name of Steve Summers, and we kept trying to come up with a handle for you, but Steve Summers is, it stuck with you. That's just, it's been, I can't believe it's been that long, Steve.
Yeah. Yep.
Since I started listening to you guys, I can never tell you how much, I myself appreciate the many and long nights you and your dad's got me through over the years doing this. You guys weren't there some nights. I don't think I'd have made it through some of the nights without you guys, and I appreciate it, and I still and continue to listen. And I know I need to call in a little more often than what I do, but I'm here just about every night.
Hey, you're out there listening, right? So I
appreciate it.
Very much appreciate you being out there, the Donut Man. Okay, a quick time out. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
We recognize one man for a polling career that commanded respect every time Simon says so, and one who outfoxed his competition en route to 6 championships. All as we wrap up another great year with our Polling Hall of Fame inductions. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The grand finale of every NTPA season since 1980 has been the announcement of inductees into the Polling Hall of Fame. This year's awards were sponsored by American Awards of Grove City, Ohio, and Weimer Fuel and Turbo of Sandy Lake, Pennsylvania. Our first 2023 inductee is Roger Simon of Farley, Iowa, the 1993, 1997, and 1998 Grand National two-wheel drive truck champion, all with the Simon Says Dodge. Mr. Simon passed in 2020. Accepting on his behalf are his sons Brandon and RJ and teammate Steve Olson.
Dad, he always had the attitude to win, and that's the attitude that he raised me and RJ to do. The only reason I got a diesel is after he passed, because no smokers, stay away from the smokers. So we had to wait a while before we got them, and can't thank everybody in NTPA enough, and my brother for everything he does, and our family, and this is a big honor, and I'm sure he's looking down on us.
My dad I wish he was here. I know he's watching down. He loved pulling. He was always, he had open heart surgery. When he came to, first thing he asked me was, how's my new chassis coming? And it's all he was looking forward to. He loved tractor pulling, truck pulling. He was a two-wheel drive guy. I'm proud to have that four-wheel drive running again. He'd always tell us, boys, work hard, play harder. You might think we're all crazy.
A long time ago, somebody asked Roger, how much does it cost to go pulling? Roger said, I don't know how much it costs. But none of the kids ever got in trouble, so I guess it's priceless.
Our second 2023 inductee is Dennis Horst of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Mr. Horst won 6 titles in the NTPA's Modified Mini Division over a span of 16 years, all with Red Fox. Mr. Horst officially retired from pulling after 50 years in the sport.
I started pulling in 1973, as you've seen, with my dad's wheel horse at my local county fair in my hometown, Chambersburg. Traveled to a tractor pull in Kinzer, Pennsylvania, where I saw my first mini rod with 2 Corvair engines in it. I had to have one. I was fortunate enough to get good advice from fellow pullers. As we all know, tractor pulling is a family sport. As Keith and I would travel, we had the privilege of staying at these people's homes. I have my family with me here tonight. My wife Tina, sons and daughters, Keith and Aaron, Kelly and Brad, Chris and Ashlyn. Tractor pulling allows you to be an engineer, a welder, a mechanic, a machinist, an engine builder, etc. in creating a vehicle to pull with. Tractor pulling provided me the opportunity to meet and make friends with hundreds of people all over a period of roughly 30 years on the national circuit. I was privileged to have traveled to 30 different states and Canada on the Grand National Circuit. Would I do anything different? No.
For a complete list of all of our 2023 award winners, visit ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I'm kind of looking forward to the Havercamp 5K coming up Sunday here in our neck of the woods. That brings out thousands of people. They're raising funds for canine officers in the region here. I told the princess, I said, I don't think I'm going to do the 5K. I'm just going to come out to enjoy hanging out and associating. Of course, it'll be the first time Stryker will be on display there with dozens and dozens of other canine officers. It's amazing. Roy sent me this story here a few minutes ago. A couple of canine officers in Las Vegas that are lucky to be alive, back on the job after officials say they overdosed on illegal drugs during a search. The two Clark County School District police canines, Ace and Peppermint, were working a search warrant at a home off of school property, sniffing out drugs and weapons. Authorities said the dogs had a really good hold on one specific place, so the officers said they knew there were drugs inside the house. However, the dogs started acting strange. Officer Patty said Ace began to act really tired, like he was exhausted after a long race, and his tongue was hanging out. Shortly after, Peppermint started to act weird. She was walking sideways. Quickness of breath. Just not acting right. The dogs were given Narcan and rushed to an emergency vet just minutes away. Now, Officer Patty said he and his partner were nervous about administering Narcan to a dog. They called to confirm that decision with the veterinarian. Using the Narcan turned out to be the right decision. Well, by the time they reached the emergency clinic, Patty said both dogs were almost back to normal. But when they were tested, both dogs tested positive for THC and opioids. Ace also tested positive for, PCP, cocaine, and Oxycontin in his system. Both of them tested positive for both THC and opioids, which is what fentanyl is made out of. That's what they were really worried about. But now recovered. Ace and Peppermint are back to sniffing out the illegal items on the job. and getting their treats at home. How about that? Officer Patty said, I love Peppermint to death. She wakes me up. She runs with me. We do some races together. We're together all the time. The bond between officer and canine, especially during the day. Every moment that I'm at work, I'm thinking, how can I interact with Peppermint? What can we do to make her better? Make her train harder. All right. Patty said, Peppermint's like a child, part of the family, yes. And that's pretty much the way it is in the canine community. So we're rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. Yeah, we'll get a full update, what's going on in the news around the world. Concerns here at home. More details coming up in our next hour. I had the FBI director being grilled, questioned again in D.C. this past day. Would you be surprised if the FBI is concerned about the possibility of an organized attack in the United States similar to the one that killed scores of people at the Russian concert hall last month? Christopher Wray speaking at a House panel this past day. He said, as I look back over my career in law enforcement, I'd be hard-pressed to think of a time where so many threats to our public safety and national security were all so elevated at one time. This was a budget hearing taking place this past day. But that is the case as I sit here today. So we'll give you more on what he had to say. And, why do you think we should have these grave concerns today? Any correlation maybe to an open border? Hello?
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Following pressure from some Democratic voters, President Biden called for a ceasefire in Gaza while speaking with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says that Israel is making sure aid is entering the region.
Israel made the commitment to open the Ashdod port for the direct delivery of assistance into Gaza, to open a new crossing for a new route for assistance to reach North Gaza, and to significantly increase deliveries from Jordan directly into Gaza.
A social media app is doing what they can to warn people of adult content. USA's John Schaefer has the details.
Meta, Instagram's parent company, is introducing measures to safeguard teens from nude images. A new feature will identify photos containing nudity and automatically blur them when shared with users under 18.
The CDC is investigating fake Botox injections. A CDC spokesman saying the injections were administered in non-medical settings. The source is not yet known. The CDC is working with Tennessee and Illinois health departments where illnesses have been reported several times. President Biden's new student debt relief plan is estimated to cost taxpayers around $84 billion. That amount comes from analysis in a Penn Wharton budget model. The plan could be put in place before the November election. House Speaker Mike Johnson is set to make an appearance alongside Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. The two are set to hold a news conference Friday focused on election integrity. The event comes as Johnson is facing some threats from Republicans to oust him as Speaker if he moves forward with Ukraine funding. Golf's first major is taking place this weekend in Augusta National as the Masters is underway. Round 1 was delayed due to darkness because it was delayed at the start because of bad weather. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Remembrances are continuing to come in after news that O.J. Simpson has died.
O.J. Simpson, 76, has passed away after battling cancer, despite being acquitted of the notorious murders of his ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend, Ron Goldman, in the 1990s. Simpson faced legal troubles in 2008, resulting in a 33-year prison sentence for robbery and kidnapping, though he was granted parole in 2017. Renowned for his career in the NFL with the Buffalo Bills and San Francisco 49ers, Simpson transitioned into a prominent figure in entertainment, starring in movies, TV shows, and commercials, including his iconic role as Mr. Hertz. His later years were marked by accusations, social media presence, and controversies.
A group of 19 Republican lawmakers sided with Democrats to block an effort to renew FISA Section 702, which gives the federal government warrantless surveillance powers of foreign citizens abroad. Missouri Republican Senator Josh Hawley tells Fox News that there must be changes to the bill.
I think we've got to reform Section 702. I am not in favor of just renewing it without serious reforms. We have seen major abuses. Americans have been spied on. We know that the FBI improperly used the secret database 280,000 times.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
So we can officially say welcome into a Friday to our friends on the West Coast. 12:06 a.m. on the West Coast, 3:06 Eastern Time this Friday. TGIF. Hope you've had a good week. So what's on the slate for the weekend here? All right, before we get back to, I mentioned concerns about they're actually saying it's a matter of when, not if sort of scenario here in the U.S. But before we get to that, right there, just a matter of days before we headed down to Louisville for the Mid-America Truck Show, we got the latest emission requirements issued for automobiles. Then about a week after the Mid-America got the latest emission standards issued for the heavy-duty trucks. Then there was also legislation. I mean, this administration doing everything they can to essentially eliminate the internal combustion engine. That's what they're trying to do. You'd think they got a bit of a setback, but I'm not sure how this is going to pan out. The embattled Biden administration vehicle emissions rule that's already drawn the ire of the courts has now received a thumbs down from the Senate. The vote was 53-47 to strike down a rule that forces the states to track vehicle emissions on parts of the federal highway system in their states and then set goals for those emissions. You had several Democrats, Joe Manchin of West Virginia, John Tester of Montana, Sherrod Brown of Ohio, that joined the Republicans, as did independent Kyrsten Sinema of Arizona. Few things are more frustrating in government than unelected bureaucrats asserting authority they don't have and hoisting federal mediocrity on the excellence of states. Now, according to that was the sponsor of the bill, Kevin Kramer of North Dakota, he said this resolution overturns the Biden administration's obviously illegal rule that requires state departments of transportation to measure CO2 tailpipe emissions, then set declining targets for vehicles traveling on the highway systems on their respective states. The Biden administration should have never introduced this rule, but now we, the policy-making branch of the government, must end it. Now, the resolution now goes to the House. Now, Joe Biden has already said if it hits his desk, he's going to veto it. But that's where I say, I don't know how this is going to pan out. If Joe Biden vetoes this, see, we already know that the courts have said, U.S. District Court Judge James Wesley Hendricks ruled for the states objecting to the rule. The judge said a federal administrative agency cannot act without congressional authorization. The court concludes the rule was unauthorized. So if Congress pretty much does indeed rule saying you can't do this, and then Joe tries to veto it, I'm assuming that it goes back to the courts where they'll say, no, you don't have the authority to do this. Now, the judge said, regardless of the intentions of the rule, the Biden administration went about it all wrong. If the people, through Congress, believe that the states should spend the time and money necessary to measure and report greenhouse gas emissions and set declining target emissions, They may do so by amending Section 150 or passing a new law. Now, Section 150 is referring to the section of law amended by the Biden administration using the acronym for greenhouse gases, GHG. But the agency cannot make this decision for the people, said the judge. An agency can only do what the people authorize it to do, and the plain language of Section 150C3 and its related statutory provisions demonstrate the Department of Transportation was not authorized to enact this 2023 rule. The statutory context consistently instructs the court to reject the Department of Transportation's expansive interpretation. Thus, the court concludes the DOT's greenhouse gas emission measure is unauthorized by the statute. A lot of opposition, but yeah, lo and behold, who would have thought on the Senate, Democrat-controlled Senate, would be on the same page and saying enough is enough, no to this. Okay, it's 844-3388 on a Friday. Well, how we doing there, Brother Rambler?
Well, good morning, brother. How you doing, Steve? And hello, listening audience, listening to us on our fine affiliates, anywhere from the Cajun Prairie to hopefully we're up there on Joliet, Illinois. I don't know if we've had any confirmation of that or not, but if you're listening to us, thank you so much. And like I said, be a first-time caller, all the way to our listening friends in the Delmarva Peninsula and all over the place. Man, we're happy to have you along with us and riding along with Steve Summers. I remember what Donut Man was saying plainly whenever, of course, I come along 2 years after you debuted, but I do remember your dad, the Bozo, trying to give you a CB handle, and this ain't going to work. You're not going to be Little Bozo or nothing else. You're always going to be right. Steve Summers. That's the way we like it. So, but yeah, just we're getting more, fewer and fewer old time callers calling. It's good to hear from Donut Man, and still is good to hear from Grump, Gouger, and a few of the others. But a lot of them, they're starting to either retire or, unfortunately, the Lord has called them home. And I think about time to time, Nitro, Elvis, man, Gorilla, Yoda, Brooklyn. The list goes on and on of many people that have called and that were family. We used to see at the truck show. I never made it to Mid-America, but I went to GATS quite often over there in Dallas. And, yeah, it's just bye-bye gone days of yesterday. Go ahead, Steve. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm just listening in there, Rambler. You're correct.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And I don't know where a lot of these new drivers are coming from. I mean, they must, like I said, they must get their CDL from a box of Cracker Jacks, or go in there and buy a box of Malta Meal or a box of Captain Crunch and just go in there and find the prize and say, hey, I'm a truck driver now. I heard you, and I've been trying to call in the last few nights. I've been inundated with phone calls myself. A lot of people are going through a lot of things, Steve, and I just want to give a shout out to everyone that's contacted me, and I love you and I'm praying for you. But I know we got Road Check 2024 coming online.
Yep. And
if I heard you correctly, and we had our safety meeting tonight at work, that they're going to be alcohol and drug testing. Is that correct?
No, they're not actually testing, but they're going to be making sure that drivers, they're going to be checking the drug and alcohol database. if you're like an owner operator and you haven't like registered with the drug and alcohol database, you need to get that done before.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the FMCSA clearinghouse.
Exactly. Correct. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what. I tell you what. This is not going to be popular, what I'm about to say, but it needs to be said. Not only does it need to be said, it needs to be done. You know, I'm hearing more stories, not only from your program, but in news in general, more and more commercial drivers, well, like that fella, I don't know where it happened at. You read the story. You know, he hit a couple of cars, and now look, you see most truck drivers, they're not skin and bones. You know, some of these truck drivers are big hefty men and women. You know, about that fella that jumped out there and he hit 2 or 3 cars, and he ran from the doggone popo when they finally tackled him. I can almost bet you that fella was high on crystal meth. You know, look, it needs to be done. Alcohol and drug testing needs to be done, and I guarantee you, if they had a full week of that's all that they did, America will lose half of its fleet because a lot of them would fail. A lot of them are chemically dependent, and you know, to go out there and try and get from point A to point B. Man, I've been doing this almost 26 years. I ain't never took a pill. I ain't never snorted a line. I ain't never put a 12-pack of beer in this truck and pop tops going down the road. I ain't never done none of that. You know, all I had was Bozo, Steve Summers, Bill Mack, and good old radio, and lots of coffee. And then when they come out with the energy drinks, and God forbid not Red Bull, I can't stand the taste of that. You know, that's all I use to get up and down the highways and the byways. You know, so a lot of it needs to be done because, you know, it's kind of like I was explaining to my son. He's wanting to get into truck driving. He's like, I don't want to go to work for Swift. There's all the time accidents. I said, well, let me tell you something, son. I said, that was out there, you know, way back when. I said, but you have social media has brought it to the forefront, so you're seeing it more. Just like with going on with, you know, all of our drivers that has to be chemically dependent to get behind the wheel and drive, you're seeing it more and more because social media is bringing it more and more, you know. And, man, look here, I've heard stories of a driver being so just high on meth that he literally got so paranoid, he literally got up from behind the seat, truck doing 80 miles an hour down the road, and opened up the sleeper berth. It was, you know, making sure there wasn't someone in the sleeper berth watching him and in the truck wreck. You know, I'm serious. It gets that bad. Yeah. So, I mean, it's something that needs to be done. And I know this is going to be, discriminatory. I don't mean for it to be like that. But then again, how can you sit there and say, well, are you under dispatch or not? I mean, if you're in a truck stop and you're having a truck driver and you know he's a truck driver buying alcohol, you know, you don't need to sell it to him. Because I look at it like this. I never will forget. There was one night over at the Pilot in Satsuma. There was a tanker driver bought a 12-pack of Coors Light, walked up in his truck, put it in his truck, and was popping the top. And I was like, man, I needed to get this guy's truck number, and I need to drop a daggum dime on him. You know, this is dangerous. I mean, I've got a wife and children myself. And this man's driving 80,000 pounds, 53 foot long of hazmat going down the road drinking. It just don't make sense, Steve. You know, you can't fix stupid, I guess, sometimes. But, man, you got any great plans for the weekend?
Just the 5K coming up Sunday. Like I said, I think I'm going to show up and I'm going to cheer everybody as they head off on their 3-mile walk and then hang out with the dogs.
There you go. Wow, that has been a year already. I remember last year you posted pictures on. Yeah, Steve, it don't even seem like it. I remember you posting pictures last year. I think I called up the show, was picking on you because, I think you had a cigarette one hand and trying to jog. I'm like, Steve, I don't think that's going to work out too well.
I think I was almost, I was at the tail end. I was the caboose of the runners and walkers coming in there at the end of the day.
Oh man, but you know what? You still made it, and you still ran for the Pooches, and I'm glad Striker's doing well, and and I hope everything they raise awareness and the funds they need and everything like that. But I know what I'm going to be doing this weekend. I'm going to be right there at Determined Ministries Church, Steve, and. Steve, if you ain't figured it out by now, you can find us on Facebook. Just go to Facebook, look for Determined Ministries Church. That's us. And Steve, we have church every Sunday at 5:00. 5:00 every Sunday. We're going live, and there ain't no big production. I basically just use my iPhone set up in a stand, and I'm not the world's greatest singer, but I sing for the Lord, and we sing some of your old-time gospel songs you grew up listening to, and we're just going to preach what God gives me to preach. And, I was sitting there going down the road while I was on hold and just speaking to the Lord, and the title for the message is Rehab for Rahab. Rehab for Rahab, and that's going to be a good one about Rahab the prostitute. And so tune in 5:00. Listen, we love to have you. That's Central Time, 6:00 Eastern Time. We love to have you. And we have a big long prayer list, and we always trying to put folks on it. A lot of times I end up forgetting, but when you hear me say, let's pray for all friends, family, loved ones, acquaintances, even your enemies. We're praying for everybody. That puts everybody underneath the umbrella of we're going to pray for you because we love you. We want you to be blessed. But I would love for you to just come on in and just be a part of what God's doing. And we just love to have you and just pray for you, sing and preach what God gives us to preach. And, there is another show that I dearly love. I've been a fan of this show for a long time. And, this particular show comes on at the 11:00 East Central, 12:00 Eastern. Do you know anything about that, Steve? That show that we love so much.
Jog my memory. I don't know. I have no idea. Is it maybe the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Is that it?
That is correct. And Steve, I heard this show has a website.
Yes, Overnight Drive.
Does it have a website?
OvernightDriveRadio.com. Overnight Drive Radio.
And, the funny thing about that website, I heard you can go to it and buy all your swag, like your trucker hats, your trucker shirts, and, Knuckle Buster puts it out there. He wants the ladies to buy the extra tight shirt. And I'll leave Knuckle Buster to call up and say the reason why. But koozies and all sorts of stuff that website sells. And of course, I want to encourage you. We always give you a shout out towards the end. I always say, I always pull up a chair and I sit down. And I feel like that's more of a personal approach. Whenever, we sit there and I sit down and I actually talk to everybody and explain the reason why you need to ask Jesus Christ to come into your heart, because hell is hot and hell is bad. And the saddest part about hell, there's a lot of good people down there. Don't believe me, tune in, I'll explain it to you. But we always encourage everyone to, if you're a first-time caller, call Steve up. And you can call up Monday through Friday. First time caller, you get the $60 voucher for the Hot Shot Secret on their website. hotshotsecret.com. And I tell you, we just had someone else. Who was that got that? It wasn't Rex. It was someone else. And now they're a second-time caller, and they said that they got their $60 voucher, and I'm so proud of them. But we need more folks calling up to grow the show. So don't be scared. Don't be nervous. Just call Steve up. He's very easy to talk to. And, I'm just carrying on a conversation with you. And, as if it's just you and me talking. And I know we got about 500,000 people listening. And don't let that bother you, Just act like it's just you and Steve and you're talking to an old friend. And you'll be happy. Just don't call up and get him offended like the notorious SDK or Douglas or the Sinister Minister or anybody else. You may get the side of Steve you don't want. So, and before I get off here, you're absolutely right about the notorious SDK. I think he deliberately calls up, and I said it before, I'll say it again, and gets the ire of everybody. He's our own, I call him our own radio Rambo. So, but Steve, thank you for doing what you're doing, and everyone out there, y'all have a great weekend. If your team's playing, pull for your team. You got honeydews, get them done. Be safe out there, and remember this, God's children. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler loves you, and I do. And y'all, God bless. We love you. Goodbye, everybody. Love you, Steve. Bye-bye, man.
Have a great weekend. All right, obviously with maybe just a little bit of confusion about road check. Not that they're going to be actually doing drug and alcohol testing. They're going to be looking for if there's any drugs or alcohol maybe in vehicles and things of that nature. But they're going to be checking the database, the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse, the website, because apparently there are many drivers actively out there running up and down the highway who may be on that clearinghouse list that they're not supposed to be behind the wheel. If you've got a failed drug test, or if you're in that database, I pulled up all the latest info on that, and I'll share how they're looking at this. But the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse, you'd be wise to get up to speed and be ready for the road check this year, because that is going to be the primary focus, they tell us, this year. And since he brought that up, I actually had where, there's a pro-pot group out there called Normal. They're wanting to change the way they test for marijuana in truck drivers. And we'll give you more on that coming up. First, we got to get our news break. It's pretty interesting stuff, so hang on. That's just ahead.
USA News Update. A series of storms swept across the south. Northeast of Houston, the Southern Baptist of Texas Disaster Relief Arm said it sent volunteers to help in flood-stricken areas, particularly in Jasper County. Earlier, separate reports confirmed tornadoes caused damage in both Texas and Louisiana. O.J. Simpson has passed away at the age of 76 after battling cancer. That's according to his family, known for his involvement in the 1990s murder case of his ex-wife Nicole Brown Simpson and her friend Ron Goldman. Simpson captured media attention during a televised slow-speed chase through Los Angeles before his arrest. Despite being found not guilty of the murders, he later faced imprisonment in Nevada for robbery and kidnapping charges. Meta, Instagram's parent company, is introducing measures to safeguard teens from nude images. A new feature will identify photos containing nudity and automatically blur them when shared with users under 18. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, we are back. Always good to hear from Brother Rambler. I appreciate the way he tries to help push and support. Always mentions the program at the end of his services there Sunday evenings, and everybody needs to do their part. If you watch us, if you view on Facebook, you need to like and you need to share, because when I share via the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, it goes out to those that maybe follow that, but when you share it, it goes to all your friends, and if your friend shares it, it's kind of like the whole domino effect. Each share could possibly garner additional viewers and listeners. I know an overwhelming majority are tuned in via the app, via your Android or iPhone app. A lot of folks maybe check in on Facebook so they can comment there when the program starts, and they jump over and listen on the app. Either way, it's overnightdriveradio.com on the App Store. If you have the App Store, it's the Google Play or the iPhone, go to the app, however you get your apps. It's overnightdriveradio.com. It's a free download, and then you'll get your notification each evening when we start the program. And of course, always, it's beneficial to help the head honchos know that you're a listener or a viewer. If you make a purchase at hotshotsecret.com, use that coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. That gives you an additional 10% off your entire order there. You always get 10% to begin with if you're a CDL holder, if you're a first responder, if you're in active duty or veteran military. 10%. You can use both discounts, making it a 20% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. And yes, as Rambler likes to always promote, you have first-time callers, get that $60 voucher. I've actually got 2 first-time callers this week. I was just looking over here. I typically submit them on Friday morning. I had a first-time caller named Mike, and I had a first-time caller named Mike. There's different phone numbers, so they're 2 different callers, but I just noticed that here. Mike and Mike, good to have you. All right, the International Road Check, every truck driver's favorite 72 hours coming up this year. If you haven't marked your calendars, I believe it was May 12th through 14th. But the focus will be tractor protection systems and alcohol and controlled substance possession. Now, the issue of controlled substance and alcohol possession use remains a significant concern for companies that employ DOT-regulated drivers. The CVSA highlights the increasing number of prohibited drivers that are listed on the FMCSA Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse, which, believe it or not, that number right now stands at 158,330 drivers as of the most recent monthly report, and that's from December. They say this represents a staggering annual increase of over 30% from just the previous year. In light of that, the CVSA hopes that Road Check 24 will serve as a reminder to companies with regulated drivers. You need to have an established and strictly enforce your clear policies to prevent controlled substance and alcohol possession or use in the workplace. Additionally, owner-operators, safety managers, compliance managers are encouraged to regularly check into the FMCSA clearinghouse to make sure your drivers are not in that prohibited status. Now, there's something added on coming to this later this year. As a reminder, there's a new FMCSA clearinghouse regulation that will officially be passed on November the 18th of this year that will directly impact drivers with this prohibited status in the clearinghouse. Those who still have that status will immediately have their commercial learner's permit or commercial driver's license revoked or denied. Now, they go on to explain the data collected during the 72-hour road check will be analyzed. Results will be released later this summer. That information will provide valuable insights into compliance levels and help identify areas to improve the transportation industry. Now, if you're curious about the results of last year, you can already find that online. But before your drivers are caught unprepared during this year's road check, they say consider taking another look at your DOT drug and alcohol testing and your clearinghouse compliance programs. Are you testing drivers according to the latest requirements? When was the last time you actually ran queries on all your drivers? I said we can help answer questions and prepare for International Road Check. This is from a website about maintaining your DOT compliance, but trying to get you prepared. Now, yesterday, I believe it was CDL Life. I think that was the the Post. They said there's this pro-pot advocacy group, NORML, NORML. They say the current federal marijuana testing practices are forcing tens of thousands of truck drivers to leave the industry for good. April 11, yesterday. Yeah, what does NORML stand for? NORML. It's the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws. They released a statement calling for reform of the drug screening practices for truck drivers to stop an exodus from the commercial trucking industry. They pointed to the FMCSA's data that shows 37,657 CDL holders failed drug screens for marijuana last year, and that a large number of those CDL holders did not return to trucking after that failure, probably because they still couldn't pass the test, right? Since 2020, more than 139,000 CDL holders have failed mandatory drug tests for marijuana. Now, that was from the FMCSA's Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse 2023 report from December. Numbers I just shared there a few moments ago. Now, they say another nearly 13,000 truck drivers refused to submit to drug screening last year. If you refuse that screening, you go into that clearinghouse, you're revoked. Just like if you say, I'm not going to test, that is equivalent to a failed test. They said that was the highest annual refusal ever reported by federal officials. It should be noted, overall positive drug test reported to the FMCSA's Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse were down from 68,639 in 2022 to 61,443 last year. But this is in part due to that increase in the number who refused to test. Now, they're trying to argue, they being NORML argues that the current marijuana testing practices are causing an exodus of drivers from the industry. A large number of drivers leaving could, in turn, endanger the supply chain. Tens of thousands of commercial truckers are leaving their jobs, resulting in higher prices and barren shelves. What is motivating this mass exodus? Now, they say look no further than the federal government's outdated policies toward marijuana. Yeah, apparently they're suggesting that federal drug screens should move away from urine testing, which can detect THC for weeks or even months in the system, in favor of what they describe as oral fluid testing, which only detects THC within 1 or 2 days of use, or maybe even performance-based testing. I know what they're talking about. You can, as we've talked about this before, you can buy your 12-pack of your favorite Skull Buster and head home for your 34-hour restart. You can drink your 12, 24, whatever it might be, and pretty much have your system cleared out before you head back out on the road. You're not going to test positive for alcohol. Your body metabolizes it. That same individual cannot go home on a 34-hour restart and smoke a couple doobies, have a good time for the weekend, party, and get back on the road after the 34-hour restart. That's going to come back as a positive test for days and or weeks. And for regular users, I mean, I think they say it could take months to clear your system. That's what they're trying to say is chasing so many up. I guess especially with, what are we up to, 24, 25 states, I think now, that have got legalized personal consumption of marijuana in the states. But when you have an occupation, when you have a job that requires drug testing, it's still against the federal law. It's still against the FMCSA rules and regulations for a commercial driver's license holder. It's that simple. It's kind of the trade-off. If you want to do the job, if you want to hold the position, you can't smoke dope on the weekends, right? NORML suggests that urine testing is an antiquated practice that does not indicate abuse or addiction per se. It doesn't detect how recent they smoked, the frequency, or the amount of use, or what their actual level of potential impairment at that time might be. That's their argument, but I don't know where it's going. I guess technically they need a way maybe to test with as far as alcohol for many, many years. You've got your breathalyzer test. They can tell you, right now you're at 0.01, 0.02, 0.08, whatever it's going to be. You're over the limit. They can't do that with marijuana. It's pretty much an up or down, a yes or no. And, hey, we've talked for the last several years when this whole CBD oil thing became the craze for helping people with stress or anxiety and people that are having a difficult time sleeping. The CBD oil, many of which advertise no THC. There's no such thing, they tell us, as a CBD that has zero THC. There's always going to be a small amount, supposedly a minuscule amount. It ain't going to make you high, but if you take that on a daily basis, it's going to, that minuscule amount of THC can add up in your system, and you could fail a drug test, coming back positive for marijuana, THC in your system, just from using the CBD. They advise truckers, don't use the CBD oil. That's just the way things are right now, but very interesting. We'll be back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what do you say? Back to the phones here. Friday. I believe that would be Casual Friday. Hello, Scarecrow.
And such as it is Casual Friday there, Steve, let's go to a happier place for the moment. It's all legit what you were just talking about, and likewise what Rambler had to say. But, it's not going to go away, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, man, you maybe covered this. But I know you talked about the new Hot Shot Secret product there, that oil. Now, the email that I got yesterday also had a couple of not a new product, but new packaging. In fact, I think at the bottom of the hour, there was a commercial for the EDT, Now that is now available in it's
8
either
ounce.
a 6 or 8 ounce.
8 ounce bottle. That is, I
package.
forgot to mention that. Yeah, the 8 ounce bottle, which would treat 200 gallons of fuel. That's what they were giving away as samples down there at the Mid-America Truck Show. The 8 ounce, it's enough to get you to try it. It's enough to treat 100 gallons in each saddle. And once you try it, you'll say, wow, look at my improved fuel economy. Yes, the 8 ounce EDT.
Oh, okay, all right. And then there was a second item too, in a 6 ounce container, really tall, slender bottle. But that slips my mind. I guess we're getting real casual here. I had just looked at the email about an hour back too, but yeah, there was 2 new packaging anyway. It was introduced, but so anyway, well, let's see. On the casual side here, yesterday it was common sense ruled over impulse movement. Back at the Crow's Nest, I walked around looking at the snow shovels, kind of been gathering cobwebs and whatnot most of the winter. And temptation was to pack them away for the season, Steve, but then the reality check set in, and I think, no, we're a good month ahead of thinking about putting them away permanent, and even mid-May we can be surprised by something that's going to require more than just a shovel there, or a broom rather. Oh, I was thinking back as I was being loaded back there, I heard the radio playing at one of the workstations. Kind of sounded like that song, the Macarena.
Yeah.
If you're familiar with that at all, well, it kind of got running through my head a little bit. Well, while we were visiting the kids there, I introduced my granddaughter to the chicken dance. She'd never heard of the chicken dance before either, so she got that going. She's pretty proud of it, and my thoughts are, well, they're going to pay a surprise visit stateside here come October for Mom's 100th birthday, and maybe that'd be a good time. I could introduce her to the Macarena.
Oh, boy.
Now, of course, at 10 years old, her dad might not be so proud of his daughter sashaying around and smacking herself on the butt and all, but it'll put a smile on Grandpa's face there. So we'll see what happens there. Steve, this is one of the most pleasant, if not the most pleasant, Casual Fridays that I've experienced since Casual Friday came to be.
Oh, yeah?
Now, there's a particular listener, goes by, what is his handle there? Horse turd or something like that. Either way, he plays judge and jury when it comes to the level of casualness that we as drivers are supposed to, carry on. And where I'm going with this. Well, the fact is, Steve, I know that individual is not working tonight, and such. Although I did take precautions, I put a stocking cap over this camera in the truck here, facing the driver, in case he would decide to hack the system. Now, knowing his track record, so there's that. I did tell him that I'd pass the word that he wouldn't be contributing tonight there. So either way, yeah, I'm far more comfortable with my drive here tonight.
That's good.
And let's see. Now, I did say I was going to surprise you. Well, first of all, I sent you a message here last night. Do you have the dynamite, Steve?
That would be negative. Negative.
Well, okay. I'll go with that then. As you remember, I gave you a little sample of Slim Bookman's that
Indian Love Call.
Oh, what the hell? Indian Love Call. Yeah, that's it. And I was tempted to melt out another version there, but my thoughts are, Steve, for this loneliest hour, maybe you want to open up auditions to any other caller. That would probably be the likes of Vic and 5-7, Knuckle Buster he often calls in that last hour. My thoughts are the right wing nut could really give an interesting version of that song. It's just a thought here, keeping with the casual theme there away. That'd make for a real interesting loneliest hour there, and given that you don't have the dynamite, man, that would really take it to a new level.
Oh boy.
See, that's all I've really got to throw at you this week. Unless something else, grabs me by the tail here in the next hour away, I'm gonna wish a pleasant weekend on you and everybody out in listener land.
All righty. Thank you much.
Safe weekend.
Don't be a scarecrow. There you go. Yeah, he always dials those digits up when he gets the opportunity. All right. It's not per se on the casual side, but I did touch on the headline, and I wanted to get back real quick, like before the news break, and our final hour coming up here. Some of the testimony that occurred this past day, the FBI director, U.S. officials worried about the possibility of an attack carried out by an individual or small group inspired by the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. But the FBI is growing concerned about a more coordinated attack following the concert massacre in Russia, according to Christopher Wray in his testimony. At the end of the 2023 fiscal year, the FBI had 4,000 international terrorism investigations open, he said. Of increasing concern is the potential for a coordinated attack here in the homeland, akin to the ISIS-K attack we saw at the Russian concert hall. He cited the law enforcement agency's concerns about terrorism to help persuade lawmakers to maybe boost funding for the FBI. Although he's likely to face rather strong pushback from congressional Republicans. Of course, having seen what the FBI has been doing, seeming to be politicizing. They've become the target for Republican former President Trump and his allies. They've unfairly targeted not only him, but many others, political enemies. All right, we'll leave it there. Back with more after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Remembrances are continuing to come in after news that O.J. Simpson has died.
O.J. Simpson, the former NFL star who was accused of murdering 2 people, including his ex-wife, has died, according to a post on his social media account. He was 76 years old.
A group of 19 Republican lawmakers sided with Democrats to block an effort to renew FISA Section 702, which gives the federal government warrantless surveillance powers of foreign citizens abroad. Missouri Republican Senator Josh Hawley tells Fox News that there must be changes to the bill.
I think we've got to reform Section 702. I am not in favor of just renewing it without serious reforms. We have seen major abuses. Americans have been spied on. We know that the FBI improperly used the secret database 280,000 times.
Cicada apocalypse is coming. Here's Corey Myers with Creepy Crawly details.
Billions of cicadas are set to surface in a matter of weeks as 2 different broods, one that appears every 13 years and another every 17, come out of the ground at the same time, which some are referring to as the cicada apocalypse, hasn't been seen in the U.S. since Thomas Jefferson was president and won't happen again until 2245.
The Japanese prime minister is still in Washington, D.C., and he spent some time speaking in front of Congress following a bilateral meeting with President Biden at the White House earlier this week. The prime minister telling lawmakers that his nation is supporting Ukraine in their defense against Russia's invasion.
Japan will continue to stand with Ukraine.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The Republican-led House Judiciary Committee is seeking the audio transcripts of Special Counsel Robert Hur's interviews with President Biden as part of the now closed-door investigation into his retention of classified documents. Ohio Republican Congressman Jim Jordan joins Fox Business to discuss the report and the lack of charges brought against the president.
He knew what the law was, and he kept the information, and he disclosed the information. So if he's met the elements of the crime, and we've established the motive, why wasn't he charged?
MLB superstar Shohei Ohtani's disgraced former interpreter is reportedly negotiating a plea deal. USA's Ryan Daniels with the update.
The New York Times reports, after being accused of gambling illegally with Ohtani's money, Ippei Mizuhara is in talks to plead guilty to federal charges. Prosecutors said they found that Mizuhara stole close to $5 million of Ohtani's money and spent it with an illegal bookmaker. Mizuhara was considered a close confidant and friend of Ohtani, along with being his interpreter, before news broke of the gambling investigation.
Sentencing is next after a jury rendered a guilty verdict in the Apple River stabbing death trial in Wisconsin. Nicolay Moo is accused of stabbing 5 people and killing a teenager in July 2022 on the Apple River. Moo claimed the group was confrontational and that he feared for his safety. Golf's first major event of the season, the Masters, is underway in Augusta, Georgia. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operation, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There we go. Final hour underway on a Friday morning. Oh, what do we got? It's 844-844-3388. Let's see. Gary's on board. I'm just looking at some of the comments or chatting. I guess talking about the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. Gary said, these people are going to quit a job for pot? you can't believe that? Yeah. Yep. I'd venture to say there's a whole lot of them. Gotta have it, Just I can't live without it. All right. Hello to Norman. Dennis. Meanwhile, back to the phones we go, and we'll kick it off here with the infamous SDK.
Hey, Steve, hold on. All right. Sorry about that.
Yeah, just
toking it up.
Just had a big hit off the bong.
Yeah. Woo, Lord of mercy. Woo, that's so good. All right. I've been hearing accusations the last couple of days and by you and Brother Rambler. When I call in, do I sound like I'm joking?
Sometimes.
Or do I sound passionate about what I say?
Sometimes. Well, I mean, the reality is, quite bluntly, that sometimes some of the things you say are so outrageous and so unbelievable that he can't be serious.
And that's just the difference of opinion on from what you've been. See, our whole life is based on life experiences.
Yeah.
And we're all in this game together, but we're all. This is not the way God intended this world to be. If God would have intended us to have capitalism, he would have gave Adam and Eve pockets. He didn't even give them any clothes.
Yeah.
So they had nowhere to put their change. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where the money thing came in. I guess Caesar, is a way to keep power and control over the people. But it's, but like I said, here's a little experiment. And this will explain everything. If you sit down and figure out how much money you've made throughout your life, do you think you would have the number you come up with was enough to live on when you were a child?
I'm here today. I've survived. I've lived a pretty good life. I'm not going to complain.
Okay. So you're probably in the $3 to $4 million range, right?
Oh, you mean in the lifetime? In the lifetime, maybe. Yeah, a lifetime.
Yeah. Lifetime. Okay. Yeah. All right. And so if you made that much money, that would have been enough when you're growing up you'd say, "Oh my God, I'll be set for life. I'll be jet setting. I'll be on a yacht. I'll be doing all this." It's never going to happen. They keep dangling the carrot out in front of you, and you're never going to get it. We're nothing more than mules for the big guys at the top to wear our asses out to where they make money, and we spend our money we get to pay them so that they can have more stuff, because they own everything. So you're never gonna have anything unless you have some, like, you might be a Jed Clampett and find some oil. He shooting at the crude or shooting at the coon or whatever the song was, but unless you get something like that, you ain't never gonna. You're gonna struggle to the day you die. So people have to change their mindset, and to the point that they do not make any money. You don't make money. I don't make money. We take money. All right, and this is the way. If you change your mindset, your boss man makes a bunch of money during the week. Okay. Off of what you do. Your objective is to get as much of that money from him and produce enough to where he's got some left over. But they are keeping like 85% of what you produce for them. So they're not giving you 40%. It's to the point now where a human being is not as valuable to a restaurant owner as a head of lettuce or a steak.
And that Sundance,
because their food costs runs.
And this Sundance is where you're just pulling numbers out of your ass, I'm assuming. Where do you come up with these numbers?
No. Okay, well, I watch Food Network. I see what they say. I watch all the shows, and it say their food costs runs them about 30 to 35%.
Yeah,
if they're lucky.
And they've got
if they can get it down to 28, they're happy, right?
You got labor costs.
Okay, so no, that's the food cost. Now, when I talk to a man that owns 6 Domino's pizzas, he's a friend of mine, and I ask him what his labor cost is, and he tells me it's 10%. There we go. That's why I base my statement.
Well,
that
okay,
the human being
but
is not.
You're not giving out half the story. That owner has to either own or rent the properties on a monthly payment. He also has to pay property taxes to the government on those properties. Own them or not, he's got to pay the taxes on them. He's got to pay for the water bill, the electric. No. See, those are the kind of ignorant things. When you run a business, you can't just say the labor costs and the food cost is this much and the rest they're banking. No. Yeah, they're paying to advertise. They're paying millions of dollars running commercials for Domino's Pizza on the television, on the radio. There's a whole lot more cost in a business. Most restaurant businesses, if you'll notice, aside from the big chains, maybe a franchise operation of a Mickey D's, if you try to open a mom and pop restaurant business, it is hard as hell to make a buck. At the end of the day, they don't have enough to pay for the rent that they're paying to keep the overhead, the lights on, the water running. The profit margins are razor slim, even with the big franchise operations. They explain the only reason they're staying afloat is based on the mass quantity of sales. If they're making a few cents for every purchase, everybody that's coming through that drive-through, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, based on the numbers per day, they've got a bit left over at the end of the week. They're not keeping 80% of their money, or 50%, or 40%. It's a whole lot less than that. But hello, Brain Dead. Think you should change handles with Sundance.
Steve. No. I'm sorry. I'm good with my handle. Yeah, let's do a little sports talk here. I don't know I know Rambler's a big hockey fan, but they're going to announce on the 18th that the Arizona Coyotes are going to be moving to Salt Lake City. I don't know if you heard that one or not. But I imagine you heard that Bob Labonte passed away. You heard about that?
Bob Labonte, like Bobby Labonte? No, is it the NASCAR or no? I hadn't heard.
Bob Labonte was a crew chief during the 70s, and he is the father to Bobby and Terry Labonte.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah. Now, did you happen to hear what happened on Denny Hamlin's podcast this past week? Remember he called out Marcus Smith from Speedway Motorsports?
Yeah, about the track conditions. And
he
going,
said
something about he was going cheap on his repaving projects, and it's no wonder that the asphalt's coming up, right?
No, actually, it's actually about the TV revenue. He said that the broadcast revenue is slightly higher than what it has been in the when you factor in the purse money. But he doesn't. He believes that Speedway Motorsports does not properly invest in the tracks.
Mm-hmm.
He also says that 2311 Racing, that he owns with Michael Jordan, has invested more capital into the sport than Speedway Motorsports over the last decade. So, that kind of begs the question of, where's the money going? They kind of can sort of see why the NASCAR teams are hurting for money. So, but Steve, you want to take a break? Come right back.
Yeah, we're good to go. We're good. Go ahead.
Okay. You heard that Ohtani's interpreter, he funneled off $16 million. Have you heard about that?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's been on our news breaks there. So, it wasn't Ohtani doing any gambling, though. I think there was suspicion that he might have been involved. That this interpreter guy was actually, ripping his millions of dollars off from Ohtani.
Yeah. He had control of the bank accounts to where he could turn off the alerts and the communication. Let's see. Did you hear that 20-year-old infielder Matt Holliday played his first game the other night against the Red Sox, between the Orioles and the Red Sox?
No, so he's the son of the Cardinals player?
Cardinals and the Rockies player, yep. Now, he wore the jersey that was once managed by Cal Ripken Sr. Speaking of that, yeah, there's a few. The Phillies sent right-handed pitcher Orion Kettering to the Lehigh Valley on injured reserve. The Cardinals sent Lars Newbar to rehab in Springfield and reinstated Sonny Gray from the 15-day disabled list. Let's see. Oh, one other thing, too, back to racing. Since they're racing in Texas this weekend, and if I was a betting person, I would put my money on Ross Chastain, Ryan Blaney, or Kyle Larson. Kyle's really doing really good this year for a change. So, but I heard Eagle earlier in the evening talking about the Rashid Rice. Have you heard the latest updates about that?
Nah, the guy that was renting the Lamborghini thing.
Right. He's facing 8 charges, including aggravated assault, after he and another guy went speeding. Now, they did announce the other driver's name. It's SMU wide receiver Teddy Knox. Now, he's been suspended from the team who was driving the second vehicle. And, of course, SMU said they take the allegations very seriously.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll get to my notes. But I got a lot of notes here about that. But Rice's attorney said last week that he had that he had been driving the Lamborghini Sport. I don't know. It's just going to be a lot of going to be a lot of interesting things to see, Steve. So, but I got some information on the draft with your Cincinnati Bengals. I think we'll just do that one on Sunday night, Monday morning, Steve. But other than that, you have a good weekend. We'll holler at you Monday.
All right, there you go. Hello to Steve in Columbus. Morning, Mr. Summers, all the listeners out there. We made it to Friday, thank God. One more route, and we can start the weekend. A trip to Indianapolis again planned for today. Looks like it's going to be a soggy drive. Hopefully this weather breaks soon and we can start enjoying the season. Everybody stay safe out there. Have a good weekend. Yeah, Steve, kind of interesting. I mean, yeah, we were kind of curious about, did you actually ultimately make that run from Columbus into Indianapolis Monday during the whole solar eclipse thing? And if you did, how was the traffic? Was it a nightmare? We were kind of wanting the rest of the story, but maybe if you get a chance, you can throw that our way. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me jump right back to the calls here. Friday morning, TGIF. And I think Pup checks in. Morning, Pup. What's happening out there?
Hey, Steve. How you doing, bud?
Good.
Hey, I don't believe they needed money in the Garden of Eden, did they?
Right.
And I do believe God always said, render unto the Caesars what is Caesar's. And if the stupid idiot really wants a lesson, just have him look at Chris. How long did Chris work on that formula and work out of a pole barn in his place with him and his family and everybody helping him, and then build it up to what it is today?
Yeah.
And look at all the people that he employs and sponsors and stuff. I mean, that's just one small example. I have never, ever worked for a poor person. And I tell you what, Steve, every time you have that guy on, I swear to God, I lose a brain cell or two.
Right?
Hey, I'm telling you, I've never heard, he ought to get a job on The View. I bet you he could work real good with them stupid women on that show. So I hear you're going to be doing some walk. You're not going to do walking this weekend, huh?
Maybe. I'll take the shortcut. You know what I mean?
Is that through the bushes where you got the Skullbusters hid?
There's got to be a way to cut 5K down to 1, you know, and act like, man, I'm just right on schedule.
Well, have somebody drive you to the finish line.
Exactly.
But I swear, that guy just baffles me. His brain's probably got to be like a scrambled egg or something. But anyway, you have a good weekend, and we'll talk at you some other time, Steve.
All right, Pup, thanks for checking in. You do the same. Enjoy. There you go. I'll lose a brain cell or two every time. I am not seeing a name. Or is it Doug, maybe? Or who we got?
Yeah, it's Doug.
Hello, Doug.
I don't know. Hello. Just trying to stay awake here, running through the night. Oh, gosh. Don't you feel like... I don't know if I should say anything or not. Can you say troll?
That term's come to mind a time or two, yeah.
I can only guess. God. I just feel like someone kicked me in the balls listening to that crap.
So what's on tap for your weekend there, Doug? Anything special?
Big wheels rolling in the moonlight.
Ah, okay. Working weekend.
Gonna be working. Yes, sir. Again, I'm just kind of trying to stay awake. It's good to talk to you, Steve. Thanks for being out there. I don't know why you put up with that, but it sure gets people calling in and talking about something, I guess.
Something, yeah. It gets their blood pressure up. Is it just taken with a grain of salt, right? Quickly, we had another. What is our hero of the week? Almost forgot this one. Thank you, Dingbat, once again. The story of an officer who was working an off-duty shift at a movie theater. A night where everybody's lives changed. Now he can say for the better that night, especially mine. That's Detective Michael Harton of the North Haven, Connecticut Police Department. An officer for 27 years. He was on duty at a movie theater. We're going back to March 4th of 2019 when a woman come running out of the movie with a baby in her arms. Frantic. Yeah, and I said you could tell as soon as I grabbed her that she was in distress, the baby, that is. The baby was just 3 months old. The family was actually on their first outing since the baby, which was born prematurely in December, and she had never been left alone without me, according to Mom. We brought her to the movie. I had just fed her, burped her, and she was doing fine. But when I put her in her chair, she was strapping her in. She was not breathing, I noticed. Officer Huckabee said she picked her baby up and patted her on the back. Ultimately, that's where she came running out, realizing there was an officer she saw that was on duty in the lobby. When he took the baby, he said, I started with back blows, and that's when she curled back up and completely went limp. So I started back blows, chest compressions, back blows, chest compressions. Everything was in slow motion, he said. He said, I had never performed the Heimlich on a baby. You talk about a roller coaster ride of emotions. I kept saying, not on my watch, not on my watch. I mean, she was just a peanut. I bet she wasn't more than like 10 pounds. And he said, suddenly there was a cry. And I knew everything was going to be okay. These two have stayed in touch. The little girl now at the age of 5, he was there for her to head off for her first day of kindergarten. Kind of a heartwarming story. Officer saves baby's life and stays in touch with the family.
USA News Update. A series of storms swept across the south. Northeast of Houston, the Southern Baptist of Texas Disaster Relief Arm said it sent volunteers to help in flood-stricken areas, particularly in Jasper County. Earlier, separate reports confirmed tornadoes caused damage in both Texas and Louisiana. O.J. Simpson has passed away at the age of 76 after battling cancer. That's according to his family, known for his involvement in the 1990s murder case of his ex-wife Nicole Brown Simpson and her friend Ron Goldman. Simpson captured media attention during a televised slow-speed chase through Los Angeles before his arrest. Despite being found not guilty of the murders, he later faced imprisonment in Nevada for robbery and kidnapping charges. Meta, Instagram's parent company, is introducing measures to safeguard teens from nude images. A new feature will identify photos containing nudity and automatically blur them when shared with users under 18. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here where we leave off. Hey, I got a follow-up from our friend Steve in Columbus there about his trip to Indy during the total solar eclipse this week. He said, yes, sir, indeed. He and another driver went over there. Traffic wasn't that bad at all, he said. 75 got a little busy right off the exit where the Armstrong Air and Space Museum is, but other than that, traffic was pretty good. We both stopped at a rest area in Springfield on our way back. and were able to watch the full totality. Other than that, it was a good day to drive. Okay. Springfield, so I guess, I remember Pup had mentioned that supposedly the rest areas, they were going to be shutting them down there on the Indiana side, so able to stop in Springfield, Ohio, which was indeed in totality. How about that? Well, that's a good way to end the week, I guess, then. Total eclipse on Monday, back to Indy for Friday. Speaking of which, happy Friday, coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. We're looking at 55 windy in Fort Wayne, 49 and rainy in Sterling Heights today. Absolutely horrible weather in traffic day around the Detroit metro area yesterday. Countless four-wheeler accidents, not to mention the big rig accidents, and at least one fatality. People just don't learn to drive safely in the wet weather. Hydroplaning, right? Everybody says, well, it won't happen to me. We are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and flip back once again. Have a great weekend. Semper Fi from Truckin' Phil this morning. Well, speaking of Semper Fi, Knucklebuster always likes to shout out a Semper Fi.
Yeah, Semper Fi back to Truckin' Phil there, too. I'm standing up here at the register trying to find my barcode. There we go.
Got him taking care of business. Hey, Knucklebuster, you take care of business, and I'll come back to you. He can't talk on the radio when he's standing at the register. Hello, blind man. Hello, blind man. Did we lose the blind man? We may indeed have. Okay, just one of those things. Hey, it's Friday. What can you say? 5-7.
Okay, Adam and the woman, because before the fall, the woman did not have a name. It was a woman. And after the fall, Adam gave her the name Eve. Now, when you think about the Garden of Eden, that was a form of socialism. There was a head, there was God, and the garden gave out freely, but they still had to tend to it. So even in the Garden of Eden, there was work to be done. And after the fall, all of a sudden it's by the sweat of your brow, a man will earn his living. So he's going to have to pull the weeds and work. When you think, now, somebody who wants his name said on here all the time, I won't do it for a worker of iniquity, but, he wouldn't agree with the story about the farmer who hired a man at 6 a.m. to help him bring in his crops. Then it wasn't going fast enough, hired a man at 12 noon, and it was still not coming in fast enough. So he hired a man at 6 p.m., and by 7, everything was in. He paid everybody the same thing. The man that started at 6, the man that started at noon, and the man that started at 6 p.m. Well, you can see that a worker of iniquity be upset. He'd be out there saying, hey, we worked here all day. We didn't get paid the same, And the farmer says, i.e. God says, it's mine. I'll give it to whoever I will. So he lifts up some and he puts others down. People like Elon Musk, and some of these people just have a talent, God-given talent, to grow a business. And you know what they do when they grow a business? They put people to work.
Right.
So I'm just socialism is a false God system, because every time it's tried, it always ends up not being that the leadership is wealthy and the bottom is paupers, and they're nothing but slaves to that system. And and capitalism has been the greatest equalizer ever, because especially in America. But when you go out there, there's still opportunity to go out and work, come up with an idea, and then you pay. Everybody that goes to work every night is using their capitalism. You know what it is? It's their rear end in the seat of a truck. and get it moving. All right. Now capitalism, I'll earn. I can negotiate with my boss. Yeah, I'll work for this. All right. Under socialism, the government tells you what you're going to get paid. I don't trust the government to set the price on anything.
Right.
So we're doing well. We don't. So, yeah, I do believe he gave us pockets, because in Ananias and Sapphira, they both died because they lied about giving. All right. And I remember one thing they said about that. He said, you lied about giving, but it was yours to give. You worked for it. It's yours to give. So apparently he did put pockets in them sheepskins whenever, after the fall. And that's when he named Eve, Eve. Of course, I still like to call my woman, because it makes you mad.
Right.
I like to keep that 73-year-old woman riled up, because, what can I say? All right, Fives. Hey, you have a great weekend, buddy. And this be 5-7. We going to be copying the man.
Copying.
Having a great time.
Is that like plural? Okay. Oh, let me see here. Blind man, take two, blind man. Let's try again here.
Okay, yeah, I just got out of the hospital. I had another incident where the stricture closed up, and I had to be catheterized. They did some MRIs, CAT scans, and I have a kidney stone as well.
Oh, boy.
And now they got a catheter back in me, and I'll keep it in there for the time being, and hoping to go to a specialist that can reconstruct down there. The radiation really did a number on me. It killed the cancer, but it did a lot of other damage.
Yeah.
But another thing I wanted to talk about, I was listening to Jeff Cooner Monday morning, and he was talking about an interview that Newsmax had with Tony Orlando and Don, and he was surprised to see his most famous song, Tie a Yellow Ribbon Around the Old Oak Tree, is making a big comeback in Israel. They're using the yellow ribbons to show support for the hostages in that war.
Really?
Well, Jeff was saying, why can't we do it here? Let's tie a yellow ribbon around a tree or whatever and salute the J6 prisoners of war. And in my case, if people ask me why I'm wearing the yellow ribbon on the steps, I'll just say, well, I can see it a little bit better and I know where the stairs are. Let them figure out what the real reason is.
All right. Blind man, hey, it's good to hear from you this Friday morning. Hope all goes well with your follow-up treatment, right? Ain't no fun. For him, it's like one step forward, two steps back, the way it's been as of late. All right, let's get back. Take two here. Knuckle Buster. Caught you at the counter.
Thanks for taking me back. I don't usually go inside the truck stop, but since I ain't in my truck, I had to go in there. I have no way of making coffee or any of that stuff. So
right,
I had to go in there and then put my instead of buying Hot Shot Secret products in the truck stop there, I had to buy my coffee tonight there. So I'm gonna tell Scarecrow the reason why I call in that loneliest hour, because I'm trying to stay awake. There ain't no scantily clad senoritas out here riding around wearing nothing but a smile there, right?
Right.
And, yep. Well, I read where Trump got indicted for taking more Chick-fil-A sausage than he actually needed for his order, Steve. So that'll be another court case he'll have to fight there, right?
Did you read that on the Babylon Bee?
Yeah, on Babylon Bee. That's right. You know that. Bunch of baloney. Them guys can come up with some pretty good articles there for goofing off there anyway there. Here's the reason why I pick on yellow. I worked for Yellow back in the early 90s. I quit. Told them, adios, y'all can have this. I'll go find me a real truck driving job there. So that's what I did there, right? And he was talking about making $1 million in your lifetime. I'm a millionaire, Steve. I don't have $1 million in my checking account, but I mean, I've made a bunch of money in my lifetime there, right? Well, Tennessee wanted a 2015 Ford F-150 that my daughter's neighbor had for sale. I give him $19,000 cash money, Steve. My bank account's down to almost zero now, so I better get back to work there. What do you think?
I got to replenish now, huh?
Yeah, absolutely there. Well, they didn't give you the bad deal there. It had 80,000 miles on it, so well, I had a 16-year-old granddaughter, and she needed an automobile. So, that's what we done. We wound up doing a bunch of flipping cars, and they're flipping all that stuff around there. So, anyway, have a great weekend there. I'm going to get quiet and I ain't even heard Horse Feathers in there tonight. Has he been in here?
He's not. No, I think Scarecrow cleared up that he's not going to be with us this morning.
Oh, okay. Well, I told you how much attention I pay. So, anyway, have a great weekend, brother. Take care of yourself, and we'll put the spoke on you next week.
All righty. Have a good weekend. Tell Tennessee we said hello. Hi there. I know it's a casual Friday, but I wanted to throw this out there. Several weeks ago, the word had come down that there was a management fund created by George Soros, the billionaire, that was buying up the second largest radio company in the country, Odyssey, which it did. He's set to add to his burgeoning audio empire. They're now controlled by the Soros nonprofit Open Society Foundations. Now, Odyssey was the second largest radio company in the country, right behind iHeartMedia. But now he's talking about taking it to the next level. The acquisition of Odyssey gave the Soros Fund Management 230 radio stations around the country, including the likes of New York's WFAN, 1010 WINS, as well as Los Angeles-based KROQ. According to the bankruptcy filings, the fund also took on roughly $400 million worth of Odyssey's debt. Now, the fund's lead media investor, meeting with a number of major figures in digital media and audio over the past year, including the podcast company Project Raisin. It's also considered several potential companies for acquisition, including Pushkin Industries, the podcast company from Malcolm Gladwell. The best known for its Wiser Than Me show that's hosted by Julia Louis-Dreyfus, according to another podcaster. Word this week is that he's maybe in talks with trying to take over Cumulus. We'll see where that goes, but yeah, the word on the street is it's all talk about it's an election year. If you can control the media outlets, you control the narrative of who gets to hear what. Yeah, pretty interesting. It is 844-844-3388. Back after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right. Hello to Rick in Columbus, as he always likes to say, around in third, headed for home here on a Friday morning. Here in just a few short hours, it's back out to try to finish up round one of the 88th Masters in Augusta. Crowds will be gathering once again. All right, Tiger Woods actually not off to a bad start. He completed 13 holes this past day before they had to call play for darkness. But 1 under after 13, which is pretty much, I think Rory McIlroy was also 1 under, but I think he completed his full 18 holes, as well as Patrick Cantley. Now, they've got their work cut out for him, but a lot of things can change at the Masters. Bryson DeChambeau completed a first round 7 under, so he is in the sole position of the lead, headed into day number 2 at -7, 65. Close behind is Scotty Scheffler, who shot a -6 in his first round. Now, several players that are still close behind did not get to complete round number 1. Nicola Huggard is 5 under, but he's got 3 holes yet to play, so he could make a run at possibly even the lead here this Friday morning. So, again, on down the line we go. I believe what they say, this for those who did not get to complete round number 1, they'll be heading out to the tee at 7:50 a.m. this morning, Eastern time. So, again, like Tiger, he's got, 5 holes yet to play. He'll play those 5 and then 18 additional holes to play later in the day, which will make for a pretty busy day at the Masters. But I think I'll find the opportunity to tune into some of the action as we roll into the weekend here. Meanwhile, final weather check. Let's take a look out west here. Brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. Maybe a big California storm here for mid-April, although Pacific storms have become less frequent. As is typically the case here in the month of April, a new storm is brewing. It's going to slice across California just in time for the weekend. Rain, mountain snow, and much cooler air. April normally marks the typical downturn in the number of storms and opportunities for rain and snow in California. But at the moment, the atmosphere is still generating plenty of storm-rich winter storms. The storm over the Gulf of Alaska will drop southward just off the coast into the day today and then swing into California this weekend. First showers may be coming into Northern California later today and then spreading across the strait Friday night into Saturday, bringing with it some cooler air. Looks like the wettest time frame for the state overall will be your Saturday. That may be skewed to late Friday night to Saturday midday around San Francisco. Not necessarily a major rain event for most of Southern California. But elsewhere, we could be talking some flash flooding, limited to spotty street flooding and some brief ponding on stretches of the highways. So, snowfall. Are we done with winter yet? Freezing levels will start rather high as this storm moves into Friday night into Saturday, but they will drop rather considerably Saturday into Sunday as that storm turns inland over California. Snow levels are going to drop to between, say, 4,000 and 5,000 feet in the central and southern Sierra Nevada, as well as the transverse and coastal ranges in Southern California. So we could be talking maybe a few inches to maybe a foot of snow over the high country of the Sierra Nevada from this weekend storm. Now, impacts on travel compared to most of the storms this past winter, and including some that have dumped yards of snow, this storm's going to be more of a minor problem for travel in terms of snow over Donner Pass. So you may have to slow things down a little bit, but probably not going to be stuck for any period of time looking at shutdowns and things of that nature. But looks like this weekend storm should end the warming trend that started this week in California. But the return to chilly air should be short-lived. A new warming trend commences over much of the state. Sunshine returns as we head into next week. And speaking of which, have a great weekend, and we'll hopefully see you here at the midnight hour, Sunday night into a Monday morning to do it all over again. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but